I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Fighting for a lost cause, where am I fighting for us?
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club, Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. We are your hosts, Blackjack and Grace, as we are here for what is now the 9th and penultimate day of the Invitationals. That is correct. There's just one match tonight. We'll get to it in just a moment, but we're almost done with the tournament. Only this game and a BO5 finals remain. So let's just quickly zoom by the prize pool. Grace, how excited are we feeling tonight?
I am so excited tonight. Honestly, it's going to be such an incredible game. The last two of these two went head to head. It was a 2-0 to triple. This is Nobles' chance to go for a little bit of another revenge arc. Their second revenge arc this season thus far. But yes, this gorgeous prize pool, it's what they're all playing for right now. 10K US dollars in total, a significant little bit of pocket money that they can be going home with. Again, already a majority of these teams, they've already at least won something, haven't they, Blackjack?
Absolutely. Yesterday we saw the unfortunate elimination of the mercenaries, right? But since they were already in the top
Yeah.
four and they lost the lower bracket match, they are still
Yeah.
walking away with $1,000 in fourth place. So that's not bad, not bad, all things considered. And they
No?
would have been aiming for more, but it is what it is. The MENA
Mm.
region stands tall. And speaking of the MENA region, those are where the two teams that are playing tonight are going to be coming from. So let's have a quick overview of the tournament format once again for what is
Yes.
now the second last time in this tournament. We're going to be, really emphasizing that fact as we go forward from here. But with all that said, a long group stage for 6 days that we had with two groups mixed with South Asian and MENA teams, from which the top two teams from those two groups went forward to the playoffs. We are now on the final day of said playoffs as well, with one match to go and one grand finalist yet to be decided. After which, of course, we'll be taking 1 day's worth of a break and grand finals on Sunday. It's going to be quite the weekend.
100%. Again, that day off tomorrow really is going to benefit them. Whoever wins today, they're going against GK. Let's have a look at this bracket, though. Again, that's going to show us the story so far. As you can see, GK coming through an absolute formidable force for every single team in this tournament, really. Again, pretty much, I think going into this, people knew they were going to do very, very well based on their behavior in the Saudi circuit. Again, like the Saudi E-League, they had a really good field day with that. And again, triple coming through like an absolute storm again, but unfortunately falling to GK yesterday in what was one of the most exciting matchups I think that we've had so far this week. Again, that was certainly an interesting one. Again, the first two maps going to full overtime. And again, on those even Stevens playing field, Villa and Oregon it was, and then finally going to that Clubhouse where unfortunately Triple lost it out. Again, as I said earlier, Nobles and Triple, the last time they went to head, we did see that 2-0 that went in the favor of Triple. So if you're Nobles, this is your opportunity again for the bit of revenge. This is your opportunity to try and get the win over Triple, or at least maybe even at minimum pull it to that 2-1.
That is something they'll be really hoping for at the moment. Nobles, of course, having after losing that game against Triple, they did win their match against Mercenaries yesterday, 2-1 to them.
Yes.
It got really, really close for both map 1 and 2. We nearly had a double OT
Mm.
starter to that game as well, but unfortunately, Mercenaries falling short on the third map couldn't quite put themselves up where they needed to. So now, of course, we're going to be going into the team lineups, folks, to have a look at those fresh faces that are going to be playing for these two here. As you can see, triple esports in front of you right now with eyes Dovtakin, or Dovahkiin, I should say. I was actually corrected the other day about this one, but Dovahkiin guards Fares, or Fares, actually. I keep messing up these pronunciations sometimes. Do apologize for that. And John to round out the roster. I mean, what can we say about them that hasn't already been said? They are a formidable, formidable team, only
Yes.
really barely losing out to GK yesterday. Sure, you could say that map three, triple seemed like they were completely out of steam, but that's the thing, right? If they can end things in a 2-0, they'll be more than happy to do so. And the fact that they went to the third map is more, it speaks more to GK's overall absolutely terrifying strength as a team than it does to
Mm.
triple, and maybe their skill set falling a little short. It did, ultimately, it did.
Mm.
You do have to agree, but not by much. I think we need to remember that part. Triple Esports, a formidable, formidable roster indeed.
100%. Again, it's this idea that their biggest asset they really have is their adaptability. We saw that so clear yesterday. They really kind of started to throw the book of Siege at GK, so to speak. They went really traditional with it. And that kind of, it took GK a while to adjust themselves to it. They were kind of like, okay, we were going in for what was going to be maybe a bit of a high progressive matchup. I think everyone thought it was going to be super aggressive on both sides. That kind of very instant push to the site, the full swings going through like wildfire. Triple played it very, very patiently, and they were really clever about their utility use. And I think this is a thing too. If you're nobles right now, you're kind of thinking, okay, their utility game is absolutely on point. How are we going to approach that to try and get, map number one under our belt as an example? How are we going to go through that? What kind of utility will we take to deal with their setups, to deal with their attacks, especially their attacks were so strong. But speaking of strength, here is the roster of nobles. Again, a really great roster there. I think Reddy is actually playing tonight. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yes,
usually
we
it
we
is
did
Sky
hear about that.
Guardian,
Yes.
Lone Soldier, Pure Risky, Easy, and Joseph. We've spoken a lot about Easy, of course, being that kind of more entry pick player who will go in and get those heads where he can. But realistically, I think this entire roster, they play around each other so, so well. We've seen it time and time
Oh
again.
yeah.
It's again the flexibility to be able to step in if one of you falls on that initial entry, on that initial roam game, the repositioning that they're able to do. That's something that I really like about this roster. I'm really excited to see what they actually do here again, given the fact that they did lose last time to triple. This is where you want to see that kind of adjustments coming through a little bit. Have they learned from last time? What are they going to bring to the table here?
That is the question, isn't it? Of course, we should remember Joseph was the spotlighted player last night
Yes.
as well, winning the player spotlight. So there's clearly a lot that Nobles have already achieved, but they will have that
Mm,
chip on their shoulder from the upper bracket round one match against Triple. That 2-0 loss is. Yeah, it's going to be, just in the back of their head a little bit, but they can't afford to think too much about what's done in the past. They simply have to move on and win this match. Like, take for instance yesterday's game. Mercenaries versus Nobles has already happened once before the playoffs, right? In groups, one of the last few games for Group B was Mercenaries versus Nobles on that very final day, and again it was a 1-2. Mercenaries couldn't quite seal the deal with the Nobles in Map 3. And this time, again, in Map 1, we had a similar repeat of that situation. And it just kind of snowballed from there after Mercenaries took
mm.
map number 2. So it was an unfortunate thing, but we've seen this happen before. These stories of revenge that we sort of anticipate a lot. I mean, it saddens me to say that they haven't really quite panned out the way that we thought they would. Take for instance Nobles versus 25 Esports, right? All the way back in the group stages, we thought that Nobles could pull off a bit of an underdog story in that one, but again, 25 proving to be a little too strong in that regard. So Nobles have quite a bit to play against, as it were, and play up to in their own expectations. Speaking of expectations, I have some of this map veto, but who knows whether or not those expectations will be shattered or if they'll be fulfilled. Let's have a look, shall we? Chalet and theme park. Oh, I don't like the way this is going already.
Cafe being banned too. I mean,
Oh no.
yeah, the more fun maps that I would
Mm,
have liked to see between these two. That Clubhouse pick from Nobles,
ah.
though, that's again an interesting one. Yes, we could sit
Mm-hmm,
here and
mm-hmm.
roll our eyes at it and be like, oh, here we go, even Stevens playing fields. That's even more spicy given to the fact that, yesterday Triple fell to Geek 7-2. And that's after map
Yep.
number 1 and 2 going both to overtime. It was really, really strong all the way through on both sides until that final map of Clubhouse. Triple the stamina was gone. They couldn't adjust. GK were playing so strict and traditional with the way they're approaching every round. That's a really clever pick, to be honest, coming through from Nobles. They're thinking, okay, we can maybe get this map number 1 under our belt if this isn't the best of maps to Triple. We saw how they went against GK. At the same time, it could have just been a stamina thing. And this is where the gamble comes in, right? This is where the gamble comes in. Was
Yeah.
the loss yesterday between Triple and GK, was that loss for Triple down to the fact that maybe it's not good map for them. They don't really know how to approach it, which again, I doubt, how much do we see Clubhouse? How much do we see that Clubhouse? All the time. Of course they know how
Yep.
to approach it. It's just this idea of, yeah, their stamina, their lineups, their setups, the things that they want to do to it. Was that the issue? Or was it again, it just the fact that that third map, they couldn't do it anymore. It was a long, long series yesterday. So again, the Villa from Triple, though, they play such a good Villa. I'm not surprised by that at all. And again, of course, the Oregon as a decider. It's Taylor's oldest time with the Oregon, isn't it?
Somehow that map always seems to find its way back into play. As for whether or not it'll be played tonight is a different issue altogether, of course, since it is the decider
Mm.
map. And as it goes with the BO3 and Rainbow Six, you never know until map number 2. But tonight, I feel like we'll be having a pretty good idea about how the BO3 will go, depending on that clubhouse, like you said, right? Because it's a bit of a gamble. It's
Yeah.
a roll of the dice that Nobles have gone for this time, which is an interesting decision all the way up in decider finals, no less. But we'll let them have their chances, as it were. They want to see if last night's shall we say mishap for Triple Esports on the map of Clubhouse was really something to do with their overall playstyle in the map, or like you said, is it just the fact that Triple were out of gas last night? We'll have to wait and see, folks. As far as things go, Clubhouse, of course, we've seen this map a million times and we'll probably see it a million more times until the eventual heat death of the universe. So let's just brace for what's coming, shall we? As Triple are going to be attacking, and I'm just looking at all the data we have. Triple are attacking, Nobles are defending, and with all that said, let's not waste any more time, folks. We're going to be going right into the matchup in just a second here. Triple Esports taking on the Nobles on the map of Clubhouse. The ban phase has started. We're about to see the first bans for the night.
Mm. 100%. Again, I'm finding it kind of interesting that Triple have chosen to start on that attacking side. That shows maybe a bit of confidence here. Nobles coming through with their first ban, though. Of course, it is going to be the new classic of Dokkaebi, removing those EMPs out of the secondary gadget and also getting rid of that global utility. Again, if you're going to bring the globals to the table, you're going to really have to rely on that Lion now to help you clear that roam presence. On
Mm-hmm.
the side of Triple to go for their attacking ban now. 2, maybe a Flores, maybe a Thatcher. Drum roll, please. It is the
Osa.
Osa. Mm.
Well, that is a pretty good pick, I will say, all things considered. Clubhouse has plenty of spots. You think jacuzzi balcony or CC balcony, or even, oil pit corridor on blue, like in the basement, or main corridor, even if you're feeling really, really brave about it. Osa's talent shields can just be an absolute nuisance, right? And if you don't have any explosive utility to deal with it, or if you can't approach to, melee it and then blind whoever is sitting on the
Mm.
other side, well, then you're absolutely out of luck because that particular area that the OSA has selected is now completely closed off and rotating has just become like 90% more difficult. Azami, another classic, as it were, in the current state
Mm-hmm.
of the bans, is going to be banned, of course. Portable bulletproof utility. Speaking of which, Goyo finds himself
Mm.
to be on the bench this time around. Those Vulcans, I mean, they deny so much time and quite a large area as well. It's not really
Yeah.
surprising that Goyo gets banned as often as he does. He gets 4 of those canisters as well. So quite a few to deal with for any attacking teams, and thus the Goyo gets the ban. So bans taken care of: Dokubi, Osa, Azami, and Goyo. And with that, we're going to be heading right into the first round of this first map. The action is about to get started here, folks, as the first defense is going to start off on Gym Bedroom.
100%. I think we already feel like maybe Nobles are expecting some very aggressive pushes in this round number 1 coming through from Triple. They've brought the cap can out, which again indicates to me that they're expecting a pretty hard collapse to come, maybe a little bit sooner than expected. Again, though, you can really place that utility a little bit off-site as well, especially if you are scared that they're going to go for the verticality. I expect we might see a Lone Soldier place some kind of around that bathroom and bar area, but we'll have to wait and see. A very standard extended setup. Lots of Mozzie pests being utilized in the CC and garage area too. So again, they're really aware of the fact that Triple may go for that full extended take of the map, which again would be the sensible thing to do. It's a predicted thing to do. So again, let's see if Triple will play it by the book here. They are, again, this is something we saw yesterday that I actually really liked. They're being very traditional about it. They're bringing 2 hard breaches and making sure that they do that. They're bringing those Habana, they're bringing the exothermic charges on the Thermite as well. They're making sure they can open up whatever they need to, and maybe even eventually go for that second dimension. Again, opening up spar wall, opening up a bit of construction. Job should be a good one.
Well, we'll have to just see whether or not that initial play goes well for them. Construction wall does have an opening in it, and that is something that the Twitch has just found out as far as trying to secure a kill potentially in just that we just saw, of course. Not quite going to find a body through that, looking all the way to logistics now. There is a player in bedroom, of course, that being the site. There are plenty of players towards CC that, you know, they have to worry about as well. Capcan is awfully close right on this side of the construction door. That Fares is now watching, slowly approaching, shots fired, and that's going to be Lone Soldier taking a bit of damage to start things off. But, oh, what a shot from Risky. That is an angle and a half to have taken. And Fares to fall. Is that a jump out? Yes, it is. The Capcan really feeling it. The guards says not tonight. Finds one. Ready, taking a ton of damage, but Risky falls on the other side. That's CC. We do believe mostly cleared. Other than the defender on red, there goes Easy. And yes, the 4v2 has been achieved.
There we go. Dovahkiin once again. We saw this yesterday, making loads of breathing room for his teammates, especially on that hard breach as well. Again, we do love a bit of a fraggy supportive role. Now Reddy and Joseph just really trying to batten down the hatches around this site area. Reddy, though, a bit tagged up. Again, 1 C4 in pockets, so they can play it maybe a little bit passively. But Triple, they have a minute to work with, and that is going to be very, very comfortable for them indeed. Again, if this logic pressure starts to be applied, Joseph's kind of pinched out here. Think about the long line of sight they now have. If they start to really pressurize onto those bomb sites, especially on those windows, already might get caught out, and then it's going to be an awkward retake for Joseph.
It could very well be, as for the time being, the Mute just has to stay alive, as that presence in the site will make things a lot more... Oh, dear me, Joseph. Unfortunately, caught between a rock and a hard place there. 2 attackers zeroing in on that position, and there you go, Dovahkiin peeking out with a secondary SMG, fighting, you know, SMG to SMG right there with the Mute. Gets the kill. That's a good shot as well. We saw it in the replay. That will be Triple Esports to take the first round. No real difficulties for Triple, all things considered. That first kill by the Valkyrie was a beautiful shot, don't get me wrong. But other than that, Nobles kind of not really showing up for that first round.
100%. Again, though, I think they maybe expected that they could just kind of catch Triple a little bit off guard. We even saw the run out come through, which again, I think that was a little bit of a uncomfortable moment, to be honest. Again, I get, you know, granted, round number 1, that's when you're going to try and be a bit cheeky with it. But I think maybe a bit of overconfidence is showing already on the side of Nobles. I think, again, when we think about why this map was chosen, either it was a comfort pick or it was because they saw how Nobles fared, Triple rather fared yesterday. I think if that round's anything to go by, maybe it was more of them just being a comfort pick, because really the logic of thinking it's a bad map for someone and then going for those window runouts in it. It's a little bit too fruity for me, to be honest, Blackjack. It's a little bit too fruity.
You know, in more ways than one, I do actually kind of agree in that regard that this could, like, we didn't really discuss it much in the pre-show, but this could really just be a comfort pick, right, for Nobles. They just feel comfortable on this map. They want to go with what they know, and Clubhouse is what they know best. That's why we're here. That's why we're in this map. I mean, it's like Occam's razor, right? That's probably the most likely explanation. Even then, to take a fresh team, like a team like Triple Esports, when I say fresh, I mean they're fresh today. This is their first map of the night, right? So when they're taking on Triple and they're feeling fresh like this, then Nobles, while a comfort pick is advisable, I don't know if Clubhouse, which is a map that is practically every team's comfort pick to some extent, is really the way to go. Although I understand the hesitation to bring out something a bit more, shall we say, less comfortable, maybe some odd strat or off map, something that you don't see often. Maybe they have that in their pocket. They just didn't feel like it because they don't feel like they can take on Triple and win if they go for more experimental things. But the psychology behind the map pick, of course, remains mostly an unknown. All we can do is speculate, as the Twitch drones have given away the Valkyrie's position. And now we're going to have entry into CC. Here come the grenades and the flashbangs to burn ADS and take care of these defenders, starting of which is going to be easy to fall. And Fares finds ready. The Valkyrie, oh dear, that was a bit too over-aggressive there. It's taken down, and that's a 2v5.
2v5 already. Again, how much time Triple have to work with, just because Nobles have tried to be a bit cheeky and Triple have caught them off guard just by being traditional. This is exactly what happened yesterday with GK. This cost GK massively yesterday. It's why it went so back and forth constantly. It's why, you know, Triple really had them on the ropes. And again, Nobles seem to be falling into that same kind of mistake. It's like, yes, Triple are playing this very by the book. They're playing very, you know, I guess bread and butter. But it's, again, the idea that, you know, it works. It's these classic strategies, these classic ways of approaching things for a reason. That's why everybody knows it. That's why everybody knows that's what you do, basically. That's why everyone knows, you know, okay, we need to focus on getting these breaches open, focus on taking that patient map control, because they're being approached in a way that's a bit too abstract, I'll say. It's just being pulled apart immediately. And this is where themselves, they need to start being a bit bread and butter too. That's exactly what helped GK yesterday. As soon as GK realized that towards the end of the map on Oregon, when it went into that clubhouse, GK was so by the book. They were really minding their manners, to be honest. They weren't being hyper-aggressive at all. There was an entire round at one point where they just fully stayed on site, for goodness sake, and that's GK. They realized that we have to do this against Nobles. We have to be solid and structural and more passive. And then Triple start to kind of scratch their heads a bit, and they're like, okay, we're getting all this leeway. Why are we getting this leeway? And they start to like second guess themselves almost. This is where Nobles, the kind of idea needs to tick in their head a little bit. It needs to go off the kind of yaha moment, you know, where they're like, oh, that's what happened. We need to kind of adjust this a little bit, be a little bit more comfortable, be a little bit more safe. Again, I love the fact they are bringing the fawn out. I think in terms of trap utility, it's very similar. I think I said this a lot. It's similar to the Black Eye. It's so flexible. You can hide it in some really nasty places where sometimes you don't even realize until it's too late that it's actually going off. You know, granted, the Capcan can be like that, but you sometimes do see those IUDs a bit too clearly with the fawns. Again, they're so flexible. You can just sneak them into places. You can blow out a bit of the floor and kind of sneak one in there. It just becomes infinite chaos generator. Ooh, X-Kairos on the hatch already. That hatch nice and open. No impact trip coming through actually from the side of Nobles.
They seem to have already used up their impacts. Now that I look at it, Reddy does still have 2 of their own, but other than that, not much to really say for. Valkyrie Canon's got to be spotted. That's the IQ at work. Eyes doing what they can to spot this utility. Help the team take it clean off. Watching for a C4 as well, I do presume, as you never know, with Nobles, you could have a pre-placed one. Just waiting in the wings. Joseph trying to come up blue, but there's 3 defenders on this eastern end of the map. Easy coming up to lounge now. That's an interesting position to be in. Does have the angle outside of stock store, but decides to pull away, I should say. You have Pure Risky as well, but there's the C4 coming in, and that's going to be Lone Soldier to find the first one. Guards the Buck to fall. That's vertical utility severely hampered, but not stopped. They still have the Jackal with his secondary shotgun. So it's not all done and dusted in terms of verticality for Triple. It's just going to be a little bit slower than they would have wanted. But for now, they need to put down this roamer, get the trade going. But it seems that they're more interested in actually continuing the clear, looking from up to down into the site, rather than finding where that Legion actually is.
100%. This could cause a little bit of a kerfuffle. Really have to mind your six. Be constantly keeping an eye on your flank cams as well as this time goes on. I think already maybe this extension, maybe this kind of rustling in the distance, catching Triple a little bit off guard. This could favor them because the timer is ticking. Mara's getting stuck in though. Lone Soldier going down, so that's at least 1 C4 off the table. Pure Risky having to drop back down into blue with their teammates. Topher Klimbo, there we go, takes one. Pure Risky and Joseph trading it immediately back. Easy taking on Pure Risky for Easy on the side of Nobles. Trades that back out. Easy versus Easy. A spicy moment there. Speaking of spicy, Fares coming through there. Beautiful shot. Now Joseph is left in a 1 versus 1. Again, 15 seconds or so to go. This is where you either stick the plant or you try and contest it. You can't contest it. Not that angle. Joseph cleaning it up, and that is Nobles by the skin of their teeth getting that defensive round under their belt.
It got real dicey there once the kitchen hash drop happened, but they managed to retake the site. Well, I wouldn't really say retake, but they managed to shut down the attackers from the angles in blue and, of course, all the way across from Church and the hallway, excuse me. And, you know, it is what it is. They played it relatively well, if a little slowly, but that is something that they needed to do. Just slow it down and play things a little bit more by the books. They had those two roamers stay out of the site for almost the entirety of the round. And while that is a slightly odd decision in most circumstances, in that particular moment, it was the right thing to do because those two were able to come in as they got the call that, you know, site's being pushed, we need you guys back on site now. They were able to do that, and they were able to get in and help the team keep things out of Triple's hands. They didn't allow Triple to set the pace. They didn't allow Triple to dominate or dictate in any way, shape, or form. That allows them 1 round. But here's the thing, they have to do it again and again and again. Triple already have 2 rounds on them in that regard, which is going to make things a bit more difficult for Nobles because they now have to win 2 more, get themselves a little lead just to be able to breathe slightly easier, give themselves that breathing room, which for now, the spawn peek by Reddy isn't going to be able to give them. Dovahkiin and John taking a bit of damage, interestingly enough, but nothing too big, nothing too spectacular in that regard. So for now, they are just going to continue on as if nothing really happened.
100%. Again, the main thing with Clubhouse is there's the 2 main top floor sites. You know, you get that external open pretty much instantaneously 9 times out of 10. Of course, with the Thatcher on the board, it makes it a lot more easier. Classic kind of way to get those walls open. As soon as you get those walls open, it applies an immediate dimension of pressure. Again, why we often do see that Azami ban. Azami can be so impactful when it comes to the CC site in particular. Think about the classic smoke shield you'd have immediately facing the breach. You can just use Azamis instead. So again, really starts to apply the pressure. And there we go. The wall open nice and early within the first minute of the round. This is where the second dimension needs to come in. And this is something we saw Triple struggle with approaching this against GK yesterday. They really struggled to work out where they wanted that secondary push to come from. They do try and contest, there we go, this rafters, but again, it's difficult. You need a lot of throwable utility. Often there will be the kind of double layering of things. However, this time, Nobles, they don't have the Wamai. They don't have the Jaeger. Very little there to protect them on that rafters area. And they do have the nades in pocket. They do have a few flashes too. There we go. Speaking of flashes, flashes already being thrown into sight, Blackjack.
All right. Looks like they're really looking to get in there and get themselves stuck in for the plan, but Lone Soldier catches guards a little bit distracted by the Banshee as a grenade from Eyes will take 1. Joseph finds Fares, unfortunately looking at a drone in a bit of an open position. Eyes now approaching. That's 2 Frostmats taken care of on the approach through Garage. John unfortunately will fall as Easy claps back. Eyes gets one from on top of rafters. Dovahkiin trying to enter as well. Has to be careful of red and does get the kill. That's easy now off the board, which could secure an entry for the Thatcher. But no, Joseph walks out and gets two in very quick succession, allowing for the defenders to take another round. Nobles once again trading body for body, blow for blow almost, and keeping themselves ahead because they were the ones getting those kills before Triple would then attempt a trade. And even when it came down to the 2v2, they kept calm, they kept their emotions and nerves in check, and of course that allowed them the round win. Now, I don't know if you saw that, Grace, but I think we saw the player cams just a moment ago, right? I think Joseph is running an old favela background. Yeah, I remember those green walls like it was yesterday.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Unfortunately, the map of favela is just a map that just gives me unfortunate flashbacks all the time. As soon as I hear the word favela being uttered, I just think, I'm just minding my own business. I'm on a roof and there's about 50 different angles towards me for some reason.
Yes.
For some reason. And I don't know why. And it's like one of those fever dreams you have where you don't really understand what's happening, but you know that you're crying and you don't know why. That is favela to me. That is favela. What's happening? Who am I? Where am I? Where are these bullets coming from?
Attackers must locate and defuse a
Oh
bomb.
dear, what even is the meaning of existence? Old favela would make you ponder a lot of existential questions, I'll tell you that much.
Yes, especially old favela. There was entire sites where you could just have like about 50 different angles into sites as well for no reason.
Yeah.
Left the walls stuff, you could just open it and then basically just have full view of the site. Okay, normal behavior. Anyway, speaking of normal behavior, we're seeing a little bit of fruitiness here, trying to actually peek again onto that rafters area. Trying to get aggressive. No throwables going out though. This is a thing. Triple, they need to start using this utility. It looks like they're trying to save it for like late rounds for as long as possible, which I do understand. Oh, the bandit trick though. The Twitch immediately gets rid of at least one of them. So again, good use of utility on both sides so far. This is exactly what I was talking about. The utility game from Triple yesterday was on point. It feels like a little bit more of the same. Again, I really wish they'd use more of these throwables to clear that rafters area. But for now, they just want to get a little bit stuck into CC.
They're already in there, looking for a kill or two. Fares firing into red. Won't quite be able to catch a kill off of that. Sees the Jaeger crossing. Unfortunately, Joseph didn't quite pick the timing correctly. Lone Soldier trying to flank, but wait a minute. Pure Risky's got the angle from construction. And that is going to be the trade. The Twitch falls. Eyes not quite following suit along with the Twitch for a trade or two. And he's going to go up red. Doesn't find anyone. The flashbangs come out as well. Another grenade. They really used a lot of them, but Dovahkiin goes down. Easy to get traded out by Eyes. In the meanwhile, guards looking to get into logistics with the flashbang down the hatch. Still no dice on that. They don't know what the construction situation is. And logistics as well, it seems like it's a bit of a blind spot for Triple, at least for the time being. Lone Soldier's the one helming that particular room. Ready inside of the gym itself. The sledge has broken open one of the castle barriers, facing that particular line of sight / rotate. Eyes is now staring down, knowingly or otherwise, at Ready, trying to potentially flush somebody out for a peek or two with the grenade pin getting popped there. But again, doesn't catch it. Noble's playing with a bit of restraint here. I do like to see this particular version of them. But logistics might just be trouble in paradise right now. Guards will get one, and Lone Soldier falls. That's one, but there goes John. Ready trades it back immediately. Ready watching the hatch drop as well. And Pure Risky catches Eyes on the construction entry. A little bit unsure about that end of the round there from Triple. They kind of just seem to fall into their debts.
This is a bit of a scattered, chaotic attempt at a collapse, really. Fall to their deaths. Interesting one. Again, there's the thing, right? The fact that we call Clubhouse and Oregon an even Stevens playing field, if we think about the timer aspect, how many times have we said time is a sixth offender? On that defense, you have still the slight advantage on that timer alone. Again, the attack, they're the ones that have to go for their checklist. That's why sometimes a little bit of aggression can work more on the defense than the attack as well. You know, the attack is so high focused on getting through that map control. If you suddenly pop up out of nowhere, you know, you drop out of a cupboard or something and you're just like, oh, hey, that really does keep them on their toes a little bit. That does kind of rustle the jimmies, and it does burn out that timer even more, regardless if you get a kill or two, even if you fall, you're burning out that timer. And I think the main thing here again is if Nobles can try and pull this to a 4-2, that's not a bad defense, to be honest. And again, the fact that if you're triple right now, you desperately want that 3-3 split. You want to go onto that defensive half with that slight advantage in your pocket. Okay, we got 3 rounds in on the attack. Now we're going to the more favorable defensive half. Maybe we can be very structured, very bread and butter about things like we were yesterday. Again, as time is going on, it just feels like Nobles, the momentum they seem to have on Clubhouse is a bit squiffy at times. I think we're starting to see that. We saw it yesterday, of course, and we were kind of trying to theorize whether, you know, this map pick was because it's comfortable for Nobles or whether because it wasn't that great for Triple. But I do think there are moments where Triple are perhaps struggling a little bit with how they want to approach things at times and the utility that they want to use here. Which is weird, because they did so well with the utility game yesterday.
Yeah, that is the thing, right? Triple on utility yesterday was really just almost entirely different to the triple we're seeing on these last 3 rounds right now. They've been a little bit scatterbrained, right? They've not really been all that seemingly present, I should say. And their overall playstyle has reflected that. Shots fired. The Twitch is now going to go up against Easy. Go. More bullets traded, but Easy decides to disengage. Smartly so, knowing full well that the F2 with the zoom scope probably has an advantage on an angle like that. Regardless, C4 does go out, does not find its mark. Dovahkiin continuing the hatch breach attempt. Flashbang sent down onto Deep Arsenal just to be able to keep a little clear going. Now we're going to get a Hibana hatch trick potentially ready, taking a ridiculous amount of damage there, only barely surviving by the skin of their teeth as shots have been coming down from the hatch. There's some from inside of Dirt Tunnel too. Lone Soldier finds themselves on the floor, DBNO'd already. This could be the beginning of a fallen from the triples, from the side of Triple Esports. If they do, if they are able to do that, Guards gets the confirmation. 50 seconds or so remaining. Pure Risky with a big rotate right now.
Ooh.
This could be huge.
Ooh.
This flank could be huge. On the hatch, sees one, but gets traded immediately. Eyes was just about aware enough. But wait, Joseph coming around as well. Is the call out there? No, Joseph actually missed the IQ. Looking down the floorboards, walks right in to Kitchen. Eyes gets the kill. John finishes in the sight. Oh, dear me. We were talking about scatterbrain moments earlier in the round for Nobles. That was, unfortunately, one of those worst moments to get a little scatterbrained.
That was just so chaotic on both sides.
It was, yes.
It was just like, yeah, I love the fact that Nobles were like, do you know what? We're going for the duo flank. We're going for the duo flank. It's going to have to happen. We know they need to drop at some point. They've got all this pressure. They're really focusing on, is the coast clear for us to go to that drop? It makes so much sense for Nobles to do that. It didn't pay off. Again, just for slight oversight, the timing and what you're actually seeing just being a little bit squiffy there. It's so unfortunate. But again, Triple, they pulled this to 3-3. And again, look at the lineup here. Granted, the Legion nowadays is, again, not really something we see too often, but this mirror setup is something we certainly do. Again, the best way to deal with these kind of mirror setups is to go for that verticality, is to take those nades underneath and just rain hell from below. But again, will Nobles do that? Will they choose to do that? We do see them picking onto that Jackal, so already they're aware that if there's any roam presence, they want to deal with it nice and quickly. They want to have that information where they can. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just about getting that live ping. If you see numerous footsteps in one area, you can assume that, you know, the heat is pretty heavy around there. There's at least 1 or 2 players, depending on how many footsteps you see, how many different colors. Ideally, again, if there is a rainbow of color and you're a lone Jackal, maybe you want to be a little bit safer. Maybe you want to kind of hightail it out of there. Maybe you want to pull back a little bit until your teammates join you.
Well done. For now, of course, we're going to be moving into the second half, folks. Round number 7, which means, of course, Triple are going to be on the defense, Nobles on the attack. And speaking of the Nobles attack, they've got the CC breach going and taken care of in pretty good time. That gives them a lot of said time to, just set up and clear on that top floor area. John has some other ideas. Punchhole prone on the floor. Was that spotted? I don't think so. Pure Risky will be the first to fall. Ooh. That was a shot and a half there. Joseph on the floor in the meanwhile. It's taken down.
Down indeed. Already very scrappy on both sides, but again, Nobles, they've lost significant heads there. Think about it, Viayana, the vertical nades that they could have used to deal with that bathroom pressure below. Again, we see IEZ there just hovering around that bathroom. The floor is destructible. And again, it's a known placement, especially if you get that spar wall open, the Twitch going as well. A massive reliance on Reddy and their one remaining EMP. Well, there we go already. Reddy is taken out there by Dovahkiin. Lone Soldier looking for the refrag. Will they get it? No, they won't. They're going to get down there by, again, Dovahkiin just coming through. We saw him absolutely pop off yesterday. Today is exactly the same. Already on 9 kills. Poor Easy now left in a 1 versus 4. And here are those all-important footsteps I was talking about. Let's take a little second to pull back. Go out. Will the approach come from Triple? Will they get a bit cheeky with it? Will they go for this overextension? I think that's certainly going to keep Easy on their toes. Toxic Babe going out, and it looks like they are going for that pinch. There we go. IEZ to finish things off. Triple getting their first defensive round on the table. Again, very clean cut from them, to be honest. Very clean cut. And again, some of these picks that they were getting just from the get-go really enabled them to take away that utility from the side of Nobles and ultimately score that round win, because then you have to go a little bit more direct at times. You have to take that gunfight. As soon as a hard support started falling through, a little bit uncomfortable at that point. You've lost your entry. The fragmite can't come through. It's just an unfortunate one.
Really is, unfortunately. So, as Triple will pull ahead now, taking the lead back on the Nobles. It's 4-3 in their favor, but of course there's only one round that currently separates the two. Triple will not be breathing easy until they're at least 6-3, maybe even 7-3 up, and then you have the whole issue of map number 2, Villa, but they will be, at least to some extent, looking ahead a little bit once they get a few more rounds on board. This time we're staying on the second floor, just moving to the other side of the map in CCTV and Cash Room, as is, overall standard, I do believe, when it comes to Clubhouse. If you're really playing by the book, CCTV is like one of those sites you go to as soon as possible, or Basement Church. We saw a lot of Basement Church, not a lot, but twice Basement Church we saw from Nobles as well. Triple instead opting to go for the top floor sites first. Both teams, interestingly enough, went Gym first in their first defensive round. So that's something to take note of. Gym has been pretty popular as of late, and the inclusion of, more castle-based strategies, Mutant Mozzie, and now Azami whenever she's not banned, seems to really lend themselves to this idea of the Gym defense. But wait a minute, that is a Montaigne that we're looking at. The Frenchman is here, and he's gonna be, he's just gonna be trying to be a bit of a nuisance. But these impacts are just forcing Joseph back right now, and a big push up by John. Doesn't have to worry about that breach that's been made, but a second one is coming off from the Hibana, forcing the Legion back.
100%. Reinforced barricade, but that's going to make it a little bit more awkward from this front entry. Ready getting that opening pick on Tafares. That's certainly going to lighten the load here. Clearing up a bit of space as Monty starts to pressure onto rafters. Where Dovahkiin gets a little bit tagged up. Can they get the pick? No, they're going to get meleeed! The BM coming through there at the side of Nobles. Easy taking down John too. This is a swift cleanup from the side of Nobles. Goodness me, and Guards Nova at a bit of an awkward predicament here. The flash is coming through. Full blind on IEZ as well. Guards full blind, and it's not looking good right now, Blackjack. There we go. IEZ falls down, and poor Guards is left in a 1 versus 5. This does not look good. The Sharks are hungry. They're out for blood, and that plant is going down. There we go. A flawless round for the side of Nobles, and goodness me, that was easy pickings for them that round.
It really was. And it's not like they did anything like, out of the box or anything overly spectacular. They had the Monty push into Garage almost uncontested because they got the Garage breaches done very quickly as well with the Hibana. And then they just had the main breach done. Maverick had a little tiny area of the wall to work with to set up another counter angle or just a regular old angle looking into rafters. The Monty pushed the
Attackers
Wamai
need to
in,
locate and defuse
forcing
bombs.
the Wamai to then fall into the Mavericks line of sight, get taken down, another couple of kills, and suddenly Triple were completely backed into a corner with no way out. And it was just like, it was classic Monty play, I would say, from Noble's side when it comes to CCTV. So again, we're really going the whole by the books thing tonight, aren't we, when it comes to this Clubhouse matchup? Both teams are playing for what we mostly expect. As in the meanwhile, we're now on round number 9. It is a 4-4. It's equalized yet again. And this time, interestingly enough, in place of Kaid, we've got Bandit from John.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I think it's also interesting that, we're seeing from Nobles this kind of, yes, we'll bring a hard breach, like a firm hard breach. We'll also bring those secondary tin can openers on the buck too. That way we still get a bit of verticality, where we also get a little bit of a digital. Ooh!
Ooh!
There we go. The bandit trick coming through is actually going to get rid of that secondary hard breach gadget. That is massive. Again, one that's still in pocket though, so Reddy has applied that. Will that one get tricked out as well? Only time will tell.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been
I
dropped.
assume it may have been the X-Kairos going out as well to start to try and open up the kitchen hatch. Suarez, a little bit of a flankeroonie. Will this be through bar? The verticality working both ways already on site. It's already, the heat is really starting to be applied to Triple. Where things start to get a little bit more interesting again. It's always interesting whether people bring that smoke or the sledge or the buck. Again, I think because the secondary gadget really is just preference. Dovaclin taking down Pure Risky. Sayana is gone too. All that information and those all-important nades that could be used later on.
With those kills already being taken, Pure Risky and Easy already falling by the wayside. Joseph is going to be... Ooh. Well, I was going to say Joseph went on the chopping block, but not quite. Finds that headshot onto IZ. That is one defender gone. 4 more yet to go. Pushing into stocks now. Joseph looking for a player or two. Sends the drone out as bait, but no fish to bite. But instead pushes down blue and tries to get towards the side. This could actually be a big one, but that Banshee going off could give away that position. There you go. John has now moved to secure blue just a little bit more. And mind you, Nobles are still going to have to be very wary of a late flank. It is still possible. The player on main stairs is still there, far as that is, or at least they were up until a moment ago. They've fallen back into the site. I think that's all 4 defenders. Yes, that is. Who are now back in the site. They're anchoring, bunkering it down, batten down the hatches as it were, brace for impact, whatever have you. They are waiting. The ball is in Noble's court. That's basically the message that they're sending here, that hey, the ball's in your court, do what you will, and we are going to be there to counter. 20 seconds, or 21 now, remaining. Joseph wanting to go for the drop in. There's somebody already inside the door of the basement, but here we go. The drop is in. John finds one. Lone Soldier pulls out as Joseph and Lone Soldier find a few. Joseph with another. Oh dear me, huge drops right now. They're looking for Dovahkiin. Position is now given away. Legion in the main lobby. The Twitch does find the shot. Nobles at the very last moment deciding for a Hail Mary push down the main kitchen hatch. Managing to not only find the kills, but clear out enough space to get the plant going, just to be able to extend the timer because they really need to do that. And Joseph finding those kills in such quick succession, truly the player of the round, I would say. And Nobles will be very happy with that round. They put themselves back in the lead, 5-4. We're going to the 10th round. And I'll tell you what, Grace, overtime looks really, really likely at the moment.
100%. No, I completely agree with that. Again, Triple had so much control there, and within the matter of seconds, You know, suddenly the kill screen, it just lights up orange. Next thing you know, everything's completely on its head again. And it's an unfortunate retake for the side of Triple. They can't come through at all. Really, really strong collapse there by Nobles, really landing their shots. Considering how much of a disadvantage they were at, that's really, really incredible stuff.
Oh, yeah. The disadvantage being turned into an advantage. Nobles really do seem to be able to pull that off in every few rounds or so. But they're going to do it more and more often, or I would say a couple more times at the very least, if they want to, you know, secure this map in regulation. After all, overtime, while exciting for us casters and for all our viewers at home, surely is a draining ordeal for the teams, as it means you need to then secure a new lead and then try to win on that. But then if it goes 1-1 in overtime, i.e. 7-7, then you have to then worry about maximum overtime, and you have to win it, because after that there are no more chances. That little safety net of, hey, we always have the next round, is then gone. You have to play your mind. You have to play out of your mind, basically. But for now, they have to focus on this 10th round. We've got largely the same overall pick from the Nobles, the Thermite being brought in this time from Lone Soldier, and sans the Mira from IEZ, Triple have, of course, gone for largely the same picks as well. I mean, we did see the Mira in round 7 Gym Bedroom as well, so it's actually the same pick for the same site. Again, both teams playing with what they're comfortable with, rather than trying anything experimental. They know full well that if they do and then they lose, then they'll have given out another round without much to show for it, as far as just about escapes through construction back into the site.
Again, this is what we want to see, the utility use coming through, getting that down there onto Dovahkiin as well. It's really going to significantly lighten the load. Looks like the res is coming through there, though. Again, that red pressure will come back soon. Speaking of pressure, Fares, nasty little shot there onto Pure Risky as well, as they try and go for that entry. The pressure being applied onto site by Joseph. They really need to try and trade that out as soon as possible. Triple looking very tagged up right now as well. So again, Nobles just need to try and finish off their shots here. Where things might start to get a little bit chaotic. I think at this point, Triple are aware they have to go for that pullback. They have to push back. They have to hold on to site a little bit. Yes, they're at the player disadvantage, the player advantage here. But again, think about the health aspect. Maybe we might see John go for a little flank here, depending on the timing. There is 50 seconds, so it's a little bit risky biscuits. There we go, that Ash Breach going out too. So it's going to open up an additional line of sight. Potentially get rid of any utility as well. And Lone Soldier trying to contest this all-important spell. Wall, the Toxic Babe goes out as that smoke goes down too. Bit of smoke on smoke action is easy. And Fares, the trades coming through across the board. Very scrappy stuff indeed, Blackjack. But again, the timer is ticking. 20 seconds. Nobles need to try and set up for this collapse. They need to try and go for it. I think Reddy is going to have to push all the way up the main stairs if they can't get back to the roof in time.
15 seconds remaining.
They're going to need something to go their way right now. Guards to fall on the other side. That is the mute now taken care of. Logistics is going to be a pressure point right now. Here's the Mira with one. Gets straight back. 3 seconds remaining. They have to get the plant on the floor. Lone Soldier, unfortunately, can't get it in time, as far as secures 2 and gets a round out for Triple Esports. On the defense, Triple, like we've been saying, they've been a bit scrappy, and their overall scatterbrain nature seems to have bled through here. But even then, they are holding themselves true to their overall caliber. It's just that, again, the more we see of Clubhouse, right, the more I grow more and more convinced, basically, that Triple on Clubhouse is something that they don't like to be. Like, they don't seem to like this map too much. Their movement is very by the book. They don't play it in the same over-aggressive and sometimes even almost disrespectful way that they do on other maps like, say, Villa, where Triple are just absolutely in their element. This time, they're a lot more reserved, a lot more, you know, almost as if they're holding themselves back because they're not quite too fond of this map. Again, it could just be, you know, what we're seeing tonight instead of an overall analysis of multiple matches. But this is what I'm getting from their overall vibe on this map. As far as Nobles go, I mean, it is their pick. They have to win it if they want to secure themselves for, at the very least, the third map. But they've got a long ways to go before that. This is an interesting Frostmat setup from Dovahkiin right there, going for the double for that matter. Site is CCTV. They are anticipating the Montaigne, and there you have it. Joseph bringing in the Frenchman once again. It really will be something to be if the mountain that is Montaigne fall Hogmat.
Ooh. I see what you did there. I really think that this will be interesting. How have Triple adapted here? This is what we need to be keeping our eyes on. Where are those frost mats layered? Will that Monty be caught out by it? Again, we do see the kind of Capito coming through too. It's a bit of an old school strategy to bring it to this map, like Capito. Those fire bolts, how impactful they can be from moving that pressure. Well, that's how you the Montaigne far as a C4, but is ready and waiting, taking you out. Gets hyped up a little bit in retaliation. Again, is getting certainly scrappy on both sides. Free place going through by John, but they need to stay alive. If that fault plan does come through, certainly he can cause a ruckus. He can be the one to deny that. But Pure Risky, I think they may be aware of this pressure underneath from Lounge. They want to make the load a little bit easier here. There we go, Lone Soldier taking out John. Again, loads that pressure beneath is now gone. That C4 can't be used. That is massive for the side of Nobles, who are now in a 4 versus 2. Again, this is going to be a very strong collapse for them. Think about how much util they still have. All these flashes, the smoke grenades as well. Lone Soldier just needs someone to come and help him deal with a little bit of that Raptors presence still. And job is a good one. Woo!
All right, beautiful shot there from Easy to take the trade on Easy right there. Easy and Easy as it were. Shots fired, but the Frost unable to catch Lone Soldier in time. The Thermite walks away with a nice little fragmite moment for the final kill. Nobles still are setting the pace for a few of these rounds. Not all of them, mind you, but whenever they're able to get themselves in a good headspace and really, get under Triple's skin like they did in this round, they seem to be able to really dictate the pace of the round, and that is what they did this time around. Triple Esports once again on a little bit of a situation, as it is, as we like to call it, the round of ones, folks. One round for Triple to push to overtime, grant themselves a second chance here on Clubhouse for a potential map 1 win, and one round for Nobles to secure a 7-5, deny overtime, and push to map 2 with a 1-0 advantage, applying even more pressure onto Triple Esports.
100%. Yeah, but if it does go to overtime, I think Triple get the overtime pick. So I think they have chosen defense for that. So again, if they can pull this to the 6-6, they will remain on that defensive side. We often talk again about attacker defender, which is the best side to be on. This is very back and forth, so I can't really tell how that will be, if that is even going to be an advantage if it does get to overtime. Given again, Nobles, sometimes they'll just absolutely go ham. These executes will be clean, the swift cleanups as well. They know exactly. It's almost like they were a few steps ahead of Triple that last round, especially. They knew to need to lounge. They knew that pressure was going to be applied. They knew they had to make sure no one was there so that plant could happen. In the end, it just became a case of just whittling down the remaining attackers, less focused around the objective, but the fort is still there,
They will be, and they will need to come into play in this round as well. Again, that idea of which side is the best side to be on. For a map like this, it's very hard to tell, especially for a match like this, with both teams going back and forth consistently, like you said. It is a call that ultimately comes down to, I would say, a little bit of comfort on the map as well. If you feel like defense is really the way to go, then they would answer defender-sided. If they would say that the attack is the way to go, attacker-sided it be. The map of Clubhouse is an interesting one overall. Some folks have talked to call it defender-sided. Some folks have talked to call it attacker-sided. Most people will still say it's hard to really call it one way or the other. Oh my goodness, Joseph really going for the spray, but Fares starts things off with a huge one, and that's a kill onto the Thatcher. Easy GG to fall. Joseph does have the secondary EMPs, but even with those in pocket, getting the hatches open cleanly is going to be a bit difficult. Reddy finds the trade. That's your Mozzie gone, and some footprints to boot as the Oryx gets tagged.
100%. And again, if you're aware that there's that kind of players going back to into sight now, you know that it's safe to, you do have a bit of map control. Of course, someone needs to be minding those flank drones still, just in case a little bit of a cheeky moment comes through from Triple. But for the most part, Noble should be quite comfortable now to start setting up for this collapse, getting their drones into position as we just saw Pure Risky doing so. So again, being as safe as possible. And Soldier's going to start working this kitchen hatch. We do have some nades on IEZ, so that could be used to kind of impact trick out the hatch, but I don't think that's actually coming through. Reddy's going to get that pick onto John as well. Going to lighten the load a little bit for this eventual execute. Already this is looking very good for Nobles. Again, they want this to be a 7-5. They want this first map to really go in their favor. Again, maybe if that happens, it could be a sign that this isn't the best of maps for Triple. Bringing down the Rosie around the corner, though. Pure Risky gets taken out. IEZ, beautiful shots there. But the trade back and the down coming through from Reddy. It was a ready, steady go. This collapse is coming through. Joseph, beautiful pick down to guards. And Dr. Keen too. They fall down. That is Nobles getting map number 1 firmly under their belt.
Huge play right there from the Nobles. Again, really just push Triple Esports into the corner, keep them there, and make sure that they never get out. Nobles had to play quite literally out of their minds in this map, and it shows in the overall score and the stats that we will be getting into later on. As a Triple, they had a very good run overall. Well, I would say a pretty decent run. A very good would mean that they won, but a pretty decent round here on the first map. It just wasn't enough, unfortunately. Seems like Clubhouse is a little bit of a contentious map for them in that regard now. I think we can say that with a little bit more solidly than before. But that is, of course, the first map out of a BO3. So there's more to come, and the chances of it going all the way to that final map have now just become exponentially higher, as it were, with Nobles winning their first map. Of course, map 2 is Villa. That is something to remember. Villa will be quite the game, I do believe, as should Nobles let's just say, for the sake of the argument, right? Let's say Nobles somehow manage to win that second map, then it'll be absolutely, well, just amazing for them, I would feel. But that's getting a bit too far ahead of ourselves. Clubhouse, as we see in the map recap, going 7-5 to the Nobles. It was their pick. Villa will be map 2. And boy, oh boy, I cannot wait for that map.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really interesting one. Again, Triple, they do have a really, really strong Villa. However, the pressure is on for them now. They don't want this to go into a 2-0 on the side of Nobles. That's an interesting one too. Again, already we spoke about how Nobles, they need to get a bit of revenge here. They've already done so. Last time it was a 2-0. This could either be now a 2-0 to Nobles or, again, a 2-1 loss. Who will know? We will get to that very shortly. But again, it's just going to be so interesting to see how this next map goes. That's completely taken me a bit surprised. And again, Triple, maybe Clubhouse, although it is one of those nice equal playing fields, maybe that is a map you want to be scrimming a bit more going forward, really ironing out the kinks there, so to speak. Again, just some of the utility use on that defense as well. Even impact tricking when it comes to those hatches, so important, so overlooked, but it is an important part of dealing with that approach, dealing with that execute, especially if you've given away all that map control.
Absolutely. Map control was quite neither here nor there for a while until Noble started absolutely taking over in I would say, the latter few rounds of the second half. But even up until that point, it was very, I would say, very scattered overall. The plays were a little scrappy, a little sloppy every now and again. So things do need to be cleaned up for Triple and for Nobles in some rounds. So all things considered, yeah. But with that said, let's have a look at the statistics. We all know that our viewers at home love the numbers, and let's have a look at them here and now. There you go, 5 and 7. And looking at it overall, Nobles, they were more present across the map. I mean, okay, that is actually kind of yeah, here and there a little bit. But looking at the Triple Esports side, look at IEZ. That presence, 12, 10, 83% with an entry kill to boot. My goodness.
100%, despite the fact they lost, having such a high cost like that, all lives aside, that means that the trades were certainly coming through when we considered the role that IEZ is normally in. Again, every time Nobles would get a pick, we did often see IEZ just pop up out of nowhere and immediately slam that back down again. It's just the fact that, again, more to do with the way they were conducting their executes and that cleanup on that attack. Nobles are really on point with it. And I think with Triple, to be honest, they gave them too much breathing room. Nobles, their cost, it wasn't that big. This is the thing, it wasn't that big. When they were getting shut down, the trades weren't coming through. The objective was being focused. But again, the kills on the side, the final kill would come before that plant would go down. So that's not really going to affect it too much. But again, it's this aspect of, yeah, maybe things didn't go too great for them on their own defense, but when it came to that attack, Triple they allowed Nobles to basically take so much control, take advantage of, the fact that they weren't using that utility against them. So that collapse was coming through very easily for Nobles, and they were able to pull it through at the end there just because of that alone.
Yep. That they were, but of course, that now pretty much wraps up Clubhouse, folks. 7-5 in a total score for the Nobles. And that means map number 2 Villa will become a very big point of contention for both of these teams. Whether or not Nobles is able to secure a 2-0, however unlikely that might sound, and ultimately we never really know now, do we? As even before the pre-show for map 1, both me and Grace, we were sitting here talking about Clubhouse, and yeah, well, I mean, I don't think we really ever thought if Nobles were able to, we never really gave Nobles the whole benefit of the doubt to be able to win this map, right? Because, again, we were looking at it from yesterday's perspective, where Triple were probably a little tired, a little jaded after double overtime on the other 2 maps. But it seems Triple does have some things to work on. With all that said, we have some things to work on as well, i.e. setting up map number 2. Until then, stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move.
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Zotac Gaming TEC Invitational for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft. And of course, we are now back with game number 2. Blackjack's gonna need to go and eat a little bit. He needs a tiny bit of a break after what happened in that overtime. I was watching from the back end, and goddamn, both of these teams, they had it in them to go the distance. I had no idea what happened to Nobles. The guys just turned up instantly. 1v3 clutches, 3v3 situations where everything was going in the favor of Triple, but they turned things around in like half a second, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Are Nobles actually going to win this? Are they going to take overtime win up against Triple? It just happened in front of us. Your boy Aggressive is here with Grace to bring you the second map of the day, and I'm excited for this one. Honestly speaking, I have no idea what's going to happen. Villa is up in the air because after what we saw coming out from Nobles, there's a good chance that they're going to be able to take this to 2-0 race.
Potentially, but this is it again. You know, I just think at this point, maybe Clubhouse is a map that Triple want to go back and they want to scrim and they want to work it out a little bit more because some of the util use was a little bit squiffy from them. Again, I think so far when it comes to this playoffs, especially, Triple's have been so on the point with how they're using that util. It's a little bit of a shame, but Nobles collecting that first map. And again, getting a little bit of revenge already. It's not going to be another 2-0 to Triple. Nobles can make this a 2-0 to them, or at least drag us to that third and final map. The attacking bands coming through already, and I don't think we're too surprised by these. Again, Dokkaebi and Jackal. The Jackal makes sense. It's the largest map in the map pool, and the Dokkaebi as well. We are seeing the Dokka ban come through more and more as time goes on. She is such a default pick for the attack nowadays that it's just kind of, again, bread and butter. Melusi, though. That's an interesting one for me. Again, granted, maybe you want a bit of a fast approach. You want to go for these quick executes. That's what that indicates to me, is this idea of we want to, when we go for that collapse, we want it to be swift and smooth as possible. We don't want to suddenly be slowed down by those Melusi Banshees. The final ban coming through too. Drumroll, please. Of course, it's going to be the Azami. Again, the pick rate for that operator has skyrocketed in the last few months.
The biggest surprise from the compositions that we can see too, Dokkaebi's been banned, Jackal has been banned. This opens up a lot of room potential for the defenders. They can now spread themselves out across the entire map and they don't really have to worry about much. Plus, with the Valkyrie cams also being placed across Villa, you can easily have the entire map under your control without any flaws. Now, Solace has been picked up, so has Valkyrie, so the IQ pickup is pretty much warranted. I'm very sure that the members of Triple, they expect them to just roam as much as they possibly can and spread themselves out all across the building, because what else would you do, right? You don't have a Jackal, you don't have a Dokkaebi, you have no idea where these defenders are going to be at, but that IQ can easily track out the Solace and also the Valkyrie camps to get a position of where these defenders might play. The roams are going to be hard to clear, but maybe with these pickups, it's going to be an outplay. Both of these teams, they have read into each other's strategy. Who's going to be the one to pounce on top of it, though? We're going to find out soon enough.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Again, the thing with the Solus utility is it tells you from the get-go, even if you don't shoot those drones out, it tells you where that push is coming from. At the moment, Pure Risky seems to be in a different position, not quite lurking around this classic kind of statue trophy area. Again, expecting that push 9 times out of 10 from this side, the big long gain of that map control across the top floor. Pure Risky, however, is playing downstairs. So again, maybe more expecting that verticality to come out through triple. They're going a little bit more by the book here.
Someone said he wins a race for them. You don't really want to go overly aggressive, otherwise they might just run into the Solace or a Valkyrie camp that's just staring down at them on pre-fire, and their good is dead. Take things slow, clear out the utility, try to get an understanding of where the positions might be at. And already we do see them working their way in. John's gonna be able to get a good shot. That's the first. ECGG goes down. And that's a big kill. The mute no longer being there opens up a lot of different avenues for them to play around with. John has the angle, but he doesn't have the fight. Pure Risky walks away with the kill. Good shot from this man. The headshots galore, and Joseph has the phone number of one player. Spots on the head. Free kill for another. 3 versus 4. And the members of Noble, they are heating things up really nice.
100%. Lone Soldier going down. Pure Risky getting tagged up significantly, though. You and Stevens, a 3 versus 3. Make that a 3 versus 2. Fares has got a full down, but Guards can trade it immediately back again. Very scrappy already from the get-go. The swing around the corner, already
Nice
taking
shot.
out Guards. And IEZ, it's all left up to him. There we go. Freddy can clean up shop. Good stuff from Nobles, getting round number 1 firmly under their belt.
Yeah, that's a rough one to go through. Pretty much they had good control across the map. They worked their way in from master bedroom, but the issue was they pushed in from master bedroom, but they did not take closet really quickly. The fact that closet was opened up, they couldn't break into the bathroom, and from bathroom they could have had a strong line of sight heading over onto astronomy. They needed to create pressure before opting for this push, and they just got caught out on an open island. You need to be careful about that. Triple map control not as strong as you would have hoped for. They tried to funnel in, and the members of Noble, they just played their trades better. Their defensive crossfire setups were still in check, and they were not forced into very uncomfortable positions to play around with. This Valkyrie's doing work here, and without this IQ on the side of Triple, this Valkyrie might just have free roam over the entire map again. These cams are going to give a lot of information for them to play with.
10 seconds remaining.
Sense of sneaky little Valk cams coming through.
5 seconds.
And it's so important to try and get this top floor control first, getting that bedroom control, getting that statue control, work that verticality. At the moment, the only really verticality we're going to see the breaching pads there on IEZ, and Guards, of course, on that sledge too. So again, those two need to try and stay alive. Granted, they are the entry points here. They need to stay alive long enough to start to open this floor. And on the other side, of course, we have Ready here on the pulse, constantly feeding the information on that external to the rest of Nobles. Again, look how many C4s Nobles have brought to the table. They are here to party.
What? I don't understand. Lone Soldier, why did you still take that swing knowing you got thrown down? A little bit questionable on that end, but Pure Risky still, regardless, is going to be able to find another trade. He needs to stay alive, though, because his position is now known over to the side of Astronomy, but there is no pressure towards Astronomy either. I don't like the odds of this. They're still funneling in through master bedroom. No one towards Astronomy. No one's trying to break in through the closet window. And here comes the fight. They need to be careful on this one, though. Pure Risky, a beautiful flick of the wrist, takes out IEZ. That's the first. Joseph? That was the bait. Pure Risky's just making it all happen. The man is single-handedly getting all of the kills for his squad, taking it down over to a 1 versus 3 with Ready with a C4. Good shots and good plays, my boys. It's Dovahkiin. He's the last one alive. How are we going to fight this? He's making his way down towards the bottom. He's in towards kitchen. That's the first. He's not going to be able to survive the secondary. Ready. And of course, this man on the top side, Pure Risky. What are they on? They woke up on the right side of the bed and they had a pretty good snack. Because just look at them.
Yeah, that's those slow release carbs for sure.
Maybe they chucked
Nobles are ready again. Thank you for announcing that to the stream. Baiting me out here. Yes, I am slightly over caffeinated today, everybody. Look after your health. And I think this is interesting from Nobles. Again, the defense, of course, 9 times out of 10 will go in your favor on this map, just because of the size of it, right? The size of it,
Yeah.
aggressive. It is the largest map in the map pool. You constantly have to be working against that timer. However, what happened there, Nobles just battened down the hatches again, as we saw. Pure Risky, just ducking and diving, bobbing and weaving all over the shop. Really applying that pressure. Again, if you were baiting out your teammates a little bit, at least the dub came through, to be honest. At least the dub came through.
Yeah.
We even, of course, saw at least one C4 kill. I was hoping maybe Nobles would play that a little bit more passively, so we would see just a flurry of C4 kills, but, you know, they didn't have to. Those C4s didn't really have to be used. They just went and kind of just took the fight directly to them. Which I thought was pretty good going, to be honest.
Attackers must locate and defuse a
And
bomb.
the amount of traps that they have across the map as well. A little bit of damage over onto the side of Joseph.
Recovered the bomb
A
diffuser.
bit. Wait, did that shotgun really hit him from that range? Surprising. But for Triple, they have a slight advantage to play around with, Joseph being on a little bit lower HP than usual. But that advantage alone is not going to give them much. I want to see the members of Noble just spread themselves out a little bit. Go for more map control, force the defenders into very unconventional positions, and then play for the fight there, Lone Soldier! What? Nah, the man actually used the C4 to make a rotational and then get a free kill out of it. Good lines of sight being created, and that's the first. The Twitch is now off the board, and that Twitch could have been game-changing for them.
100%. Nobles already, the player advantage. In very, very strong here. And again, remember, Lone Soldier has been, you know, taken care of, but he'll be on those cameras, feeding information constantly, not just from what he can see, but those audio cues as well. At this point, you should roughly know that, you know, the 90 cam is either sound or the cam has on, so that at least lets them know that pressure comes through thick and fast. This approach towards Pig and Bench will start to come through. Actually, the hatch getting taken out. This is quite interesting. Again, I thought maybe, you know, someone going underneath, maybe going for some nades, but there's no nades left on the side of Triple. So I'm really curious to see what kind of things they decide to do here. What kind of flank, maybe a second position here. We have IZ with the Nomad Air Jab, still 2 in pocket, and a lot of flashes too. But again, that hatch being opened is a curious one for me.
Really need to see what they will try to do here in this scenario, though. Zotac, we're on the other side of it. They need to work their way up very slowly to make this push happen. I don't like their odds though here, Grace, because EasyGG is in such a strong position. The flash is gonna force him off and he's gonna get stuck. Yeah, he can't do anything. That flash is gonna be an absolute nuisance. That's another one to boot. Joseph, he knows what he needs to do to maybe try and find a kill here, but looking at the other side, they're trying to make their way into Statue, but it's not gonna work. They're stuck onto landing. And they can't make their push happen. Joseph is on the other side. He has the corner. He has the angle. And dove to Kid. Good shots over onto one. And he now just needs to wait. Play it slow. Play it smart. 2v2 on the map. 22 seconds left on the clock. The clock is not on the side of Triple. And they still need to get that diffuser down.
15 seconds remaining.
They do indeed, as you just heard, 15 seconds remaining. Pure Risky, beautiful shot there. Easy falling down and Dover clean. They get cleaned up towards the end there. Goodness gracious me. This is the interesting thing. Okay, I understand now. Because as soon as I saw that breach pad outside Aviator that Dover clean put down, I was like, okay, they're worried about the verticality. That's what they're worried about. They're worried about someone coming underneath, maybe with a C4. It's very interesting. It means, again, Triple really going in a little bit cautious there. They knew that they had a disadvantage, really. They knew they didn't have a lot of util. They had loads of flashes, though, that they could have used there to try and take these gunfights a bit smoother. Again, Nobles, they just battened down the hatches, got patient with it, cleaned up Shopper towards the end there.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Really, really good stuff. And Pure Risky already on 7 kills. Reddy has caught up now with 4 of their own as well. So again, those two just really working around each other, just collecting the scalps of Triple, to be honest, and really making them work for it. And Triple, you know, something has to change. Again, I understand using the util because you're cautious of certain things, but think more on a micro level, I think, too. That's a little bit too macro, I think. Again, maybe it's like overthinking that they're missing things like, okay, what util should we use to try and go for this actual collapse onto site? Yes, we might be at a bit of a disadvantage here. They will have these crossfires against us, but we have, at least 6 flashes in pocket. Maybe we can use some of that. Maybe we can, try and flash them out a little bit, and then we will hold these crossfires of our own once we get securely into that site. Yeah, and I'm surprised the timeout hasn't come through from Triple either yet.
Another thing that really is working against them is the sheer level of map control being given away, the lack of information. Joseph? That's the most ambitious peak that I've seen him take in the longest time. Alright, I guess you're confident, but sure, not against Dovtukin though. This man doesn't miss those kind of shots any time of the week. Now he's looking to do even more damage. Dovtukin just casually running his way in and getting a triple. This is what an Ashe does best. If you disrespect the Ashe, you are going to be the one on the receiving end of a couple of bullets. That's going to be a triple kill coming in. And now, you just have to hold and survive. What is the game plan here? Dovtukin with a quad kill. This man will single-handedly carry his team on his back to make sure they're going for a win. Dovtukin knows exactly where the last position is going to be at. A couple of frags, a couple of jiggles. He wants this fight and he wants to get this ace. Give it to him, man. He wants it badly. Do not deny this to him. But John comes in for the steal. And triple with a flawless round. This is how you do it, and this is how you get around. If you disrespect the ball, you get the horns. And Dovtukin made sure they felt it all.
Again, that's just a really interesting one coming out from them, because it's this idea, right, that you've got to try and pull this back. They hit them so hard there. That certainly is the start of a comeback from Triple. But again, if they're going to be that aggressive this time round, it's this idea that, Nobles, they'll adjust to it. They will try and catch you off guard. Maybe a little bit of trap utility here, there, and everywhere. That is where they're going to try and, adjust to the fact that Triple are like, okay, if we go a bit less standard, maybe that will work for them. And it's almost, to be honest, it's almost ironic aggressive. Because again, the traditional takes that Triple were taking previously, especially yesterday, that's what was working for them. It's almost a 180 completely now.
Yep. A different playstyle entirely, and Nobles, they are bringing in all of their strategies to the T to make this one happen. Plus another thing, Nobles, they went in for a couple of good targeted bans, and they are forcing the members of Triple to play without information. Triple are in a scenario where they need to win all of their 50-50 engagement duels, otherwise they just cannot win. If they lose their gunfights, they are done for. And plays like this will be a lot more consistent from the members of Nobles, knowing that, hey, they don't have a Doka Beat, they don't have a Jackal. How will they stop us from peeking them from the most unconventional angles? You just can't. Your drone work needs to be on point, your team play and coordination needs to be there, and you need to guarantee wins on your duels. The lack of information is working against the members of Triple, and this is another scenario where the lack of information is going to be coming in. Look at how much info the defenders have compared to the attackers. Grace, it's astounding. The disparity is...
This is it. This is it.
Yeah.
It's a wombo combo right now of that pulse, of that Solus. Beautiful shot, Joseph! The immediate trade by Dovaclean, though. There we go, the stuff you like to see. A 3 versus 4. But again, that pulse, that Solus, it's still there. That Solus, so much information. That pulse, so much information. The Valkyrie, the classic intel. It is so strong and sturdy utility-wise on the side of Nobles right now. And Triple, what util do they have to deal with it? Of course, they do have a little bit of secondary hard breach there on guards. They can still start to try and open up some lines of sight if they get to that bottom floor. But for now, they want that verticality. They want that skeleton key. And guards is the other side of the map, actually, aggressive.
Yeah, and he's on the bottom floor. He's not even on the top side. What is happening positionally? They're all over the place. And it's still a 3 versus 4, yes, but... looking at the members of Triple's positioning, they're trying to clear out the bottom floor only. They do not want to take that advantageous high ground angle. That could give them some form of an edge to take a favorable gunfight. They're still fighting for 50-50s here. Triple, where's the map control? Where's the presence that we know you can give?
Indeed. That's exactly it. Map control. Map control is the name of the game. Timing and map control, because this, again, it's Villa, the largest map in the map pool. You have to get a little bit of a shimmy on. You have to mind the timer ticking. About a minute or less now to go. And again, the utility use, it's not going to be great. A bit of verticality needs to come through from guards. It looks like he's going for the long flank towards Pantry, though. That could be a little bit massive. But again, these soft pads on Doverclean, they need to start raining through. That pressure needs to be applied on site. It's just dangerous when you know you've got the pulse there. And I think, this could be Whop. I think Reddy was almost expecting it. He was almost expecting this flank in the basement. But he has the wrong staircase aggressive. This is where things certainly start to heat up. 20 seconds. Beautiful shot there. Devaclean taking out Pure Risky. But again, the trade needs to come through. The load needs to be lightened. Lone Soldier ready and waiting for this push into Memo. Gets to Pigman. No, he doesn't. Two of them pulling down Lone Soldier. And easy. A 1 versus 2 now. Poor Reddy running for his life. He knows the timer is ticking. He can bait into this 1 versus 1. The Planters going down. Can they land this shot? Can they make it an easy 1 versus 1? No, they can't. This is going to be very difficult. The flash is going out. Goodness me, aggressive. This is where things certainly start to heat up. He has to try and go for it. A little bit of information. Knows at least where 1 is, but there we go. IEZ cleaning up shop. Triple pulling it back more and more.
Honestly, they just won their gunfights. What can you even say here? Triple, they had no business winning this round. You know that as well. Nobles just lost every duel. And they paid the price for it with their own lives there.
It did not look good for them. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think, you know, Triple, they were at such a disadvantage there. Such a massive disadvantage. And yeah, those gunfights, they just ultimately won it out. Yeah, completely agree. The gunfights were really the main key there. Especially, what did you say? The timer, again, less than 20 seconds. It was like 15-second mark that collapse started to come through. 15 seconds. And they cleaned up like that. Triple seemed to work so well under pressure, but poor Nobles. They've got to be kicking themselves after that.
Yep. You gotta be alert at all moments. Just because the timer's at like 20 seconds, you can't be like, hey boys, we're gonna win. No. There's a good chance your opponents just run in decide and absolutely dumpster you in like half a second there. You need to be careful on those type of scenarios. You need to prepare yourself for that. I love the fact that, hey, they got 2 kills. They all bunkered inside of the site, playing for trades, playing for duels in that sense. But that alone is not going to do much for you. They're so alerted. They're so ready when it comes out of the first half. God damn, Joseph. Give it a break. The Vector's just raiding hell. And 1 by 1, he's getting all the frags, and he's looking for even more. C4 tossed out. Dovtukin. Pretty much getting a brush with death there. Now it's the reset. 3 versus 4. What did Triple have in mind?
This is it. Triple, I just, again, I'm wondering, at this point, they're in a 3 versus 5 again. Will Triple try and do a little bit naughty? Will they try and go a little bit aggressive here?
Valkyrie! No way! That was too close for comfort. You saw that too, didn't you?
A little bit. Again, Pure Risky aware there's a flank drone there, so they're going to try and go for something a little bit sneakier. The pre-fire through the wall. It's not going to land on Pure Risky just yet. They're going to continue to hold this pixel peak. Well, I say pixel peak. This is a very tight angle towards that kitchen area as well. And a lot of time for Triple to work with. I'm surprised the Nobles haven't tried to get a little bit cheeky with it themselves, but again, they're just repositioning. They're going into these tighter angles. They're making sure they're covering all these crossfires. And again, that's the safer way to play it. They're really trying to make sure they are playing for the trades here. Of course, we do have Pure Risky going for a little bit of a sneaky one, but the rest of them, they're just playing it so patiently, so perfectly right now.
They have to win these duels, though. No matter how well you play, Siege at the end of the game, end of the day, sorry, is still a first-person shooter where you need to land your shots. No matter how good your strategy is, you need to make sure you win out on these engagements. Ready? Again, they're taking a lot of damage. Zotac comes in with one. Joseph is going to be able to find that trade. It's now down to a 2 versus 4. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they still need to work their way in. Stuck towards the side of Master Bedroom. That's the only part of the map where they still have control, Grace. And they now need to funnel in through Master Bedroom and Bathroom. Good on the chances. Dovtakin's gonna be good for one, but the trades on Joseph is just so good. And ace for Joseph as well. This guy's just doing God's work out here. From the start of the round, a triple, and now right at the very end, an ace. Give it up for Joseph because this guy is on fire.
100% aggressive. A 4-2 defensive split for the side of Nobles. Again, that's really good going considering things. This is a very, very strong map for Triple. Again, Villa, they did so well on it yesterday, really getting GK on the ropes. But again, it's this idea that Nobles are now, in theory, and I just want to underline that point, in theory, going to that less favorable half. So where things could get a little bit rocky for them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Again, Triple, they need to pull it back. And also, more importantly, they need to win out this map. They need to bring it to that third and final map. If you're a Nobles fan, though, right now you're absolutely having a field day. You are absolutely, you're like, yes, Nobles won map number 1. A really nice victory on that Clubhouse. And also, Nobles currently being slightly in the lead here, 2 rounds ahead. And again, the setup that they're kind of bringing on the attack, very, very traditional, very slow, steady wins the race. With Nook also coming out there on ready as well. So a nice little extra dimension of pressure to come through.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Really need to think about how this is going to work out for Nobles. Their attack side hasn't really been looking the greatest from the last map from what I saw, so... I mean, you can tell me otherwise, Grace, but their attack has a tendency of being a little bit more on the slower side, where their util usage has a tendency of just being a bit all over the place. But maybe it's going to be a bit more different for Villa. It looks as though Nobles did their homework for Villa, knowing that, hey, this is Triple's best map. We can get a read on their strategies. We just need to clear out the roams. Because their side defenses, are very linear. I don't think they changed it up that much either. Understanding the pressure and understanding what they can bring onto the table is one of the biggest parts of Siege and Guards. Good read over onto Ready. Catches on the Nook. That's a send-off. 4 versus 5. How are you going to retaliate, Nobles? Because that's a big kill. 2 of your nades are now gone off the board. Ooh, that didn't
Interesting
work,
thing
did
we
it?
find about the meta teams as well as their willingness almost to go for some of these nade shots sometimes, using those nades on the defense. Of course, you do often expect on the attack, but often, they try and get a bit cheeky with it. We've seen some beautiful baits throughout this season. Oh, speaking of beautiful stuff, the C4 coming out, Lone Soldier falling down. Overclean already. Nobles, they're starting to get whittled down a little bit here.
And they're just dropping bodies very surely. Easy GG's gonna be able to get another one. 3 versus 3. They're finally able to equalize things out, and more than enough time to do so as well. Look at the timer here, Grace. 1 minute and 10 seconds to keep the ball rolling in their court. They have enough manpower to make things work. Plus, they have the utility to gain that information too. The Ana Replicators does catch out the first initial player, and they know he's right behind the bomb. Timing is everything, and he needs to find it! Joseph! Little bit of an unorthodox angle, but still not a fight that you can win. Not against a player coming out of 90 like that. That's gonna be another kill, and Perez gets the catch. And it's all up to Pure Risky to maybe turn things around from here, but he has no idea what to expect, no idea where to go, and no idea where the defenders are gonna be coming in from. Perez gets the final kill. And this is how it's gonna go. Nicely done.
Good stuff indeed. Pulling this back 3-4. And again, it's just the push from underneath, just making sure that you're taking that pressure and applying it, I suppose. But again, Triple just battening down the hatches, really making sure they're just playing it safely, playing it well, staying as close to sight as possible as well. We did notice that. Just making sure that they're playing around the idea of if we extend too much and they suddenly rush into sight, we need to be there to defend it. So let's try and be a little bit more passive, a little bit more cautious. It's a similar defense to what Nobles brought. And I certainly think when it comes to this map, that's exactly what you need to be doing. Playing it a little bit more safe. It doesn't mean that you're just kind of like hiding. It just means you're being smart about it. You know you've got that timer in your favor. So you are just going to let them come to you, hold those crossfires, and collect your kills.
These frags are the most crucial ones to get as well on these moments.
10 seconds to go.
I'm really hoping to see that, hey, maybe with this round, the members of Triple finally have that confidence back in their own capabilities to start taking a lot more of these aggressive engagements. Because the advantages that the members of Noble had on their own defensive side now applies to the members of Triple. Basically means that, hey, Triple can take all of these duels. They can play all across the map without any form of problems, and no one will be able to punish them. They have that Mozzie, they have that Valkyrie, gain the information, capitalize on top of it, and take aggressive engagements. The attackers are not going to be expecting it, but maybe Joseph on this Grim could change the tides of this battle. Doftikin has 12 kills and 4 deaths. I didn't even notice that the man's running around with a 3 KD. What? And I thought Joseph was playing well.
100%. We've seen a lot of Grim, actually, considering things. I don't often get to see a Grim played in comp, but you know, teams like Nobles especially, bringing the Grim out, really just using it as a little bit of their own clear, I guess, as well. I guess that's the way you would use his utility. I even remember when he first came out there, I was like, I don't really think people are going to be using this too much.
You need some
Again, if you want to try and work out. Well, this is it though, right? If you're trying to use something that's going to give you a little bit of information about where these players are, why not take the Jackal?
Yeah. It's like the better of two worlds, but for them. I think that Grim's gonna give them some level of information, but not much. IEZ from the back end of it. It's a troubling scenario to be in. Those are gonna be the pests getting some more information on the side, maybe catching out one of the players, but wait, that doesn't find them? Oh well, this is bad. What a shot.
There we go. Easy now in a 1 versus 3. Granted, Fares and Dovahkiin, they are slightly tagged up here, so if you can isolate these 1 versus 1 engagements, you certainly have a better stand against them. There we go. The cleanup from Fares.
They needed to gain some more space here. I don't get this. They need more control on the different portions of the map, and the level of control that they have right now is just not really on the level that they would want. They need to spread themselves out much more further. They need to go to the opposite side of the map, clear out the first floor, then make their way in. And then maybe finally go up from the top. Nobles have taken this tactical timeout, which is pretty smart because all of their strategies just involves taking a master bedroom and then hoping for the best. They did take over astronomy, yes, but maybe having a couple of players come in from study, from red stairs, could have built a bit more pressure on the opposite corners of the map, because as of right now, the team just looks lost. They're questioning their own strategies, because we have seen Nobles play on Villa in the past, and their Villa has been a little bit more on the rocky side, but at least they established the map control early on to give them the advantage before taking any portion of the map.
It's just interesting to see the scoreboard here as well, because again, you've got, you know, Dovahkiin going on 13 kills already. We've only had 8 rounds, 13 kills across those 8 rounds. The rest of them are 4, a 4, and 8, a 2. On the other side, a little bit more even Stevens, a little bit more spread out, a 9, a 7, and 8. And then, of course, a 2 and a 1. But again, it's a bit more spread out on the side of Nobles at the moment. And really on the side of Triple, it has just a lot of it been Dovahkiin just going for these nutty shots where he can. Of course, Fares as well, especially these previous rounds, these last few rounds, has popped off significantly for the side of Triple too. We really need your anchors to start coming through a little bit better, really just trying to make their shots count if they do end up in these final engagements. They're getting caught out a little bit too much here. That's a little bit worrisome.
And that's strong there for them. Nobles.
This almost makes me feel a bit nervous as well for the side of Triple, I think, because again, like they need to win this. And this is, you know, as I said at the start, it's a really good map for them. Nobles have just showed up with such a ferocity today, such a willingness to just play it, you know, again and by the book, but they're certainly scrapping for this win here.
Absolutely. They need to just take a deep breath and finally look at the bigger picture. They're expecting to just waltz into the side, get a couple of kills, get the diffuser down if they have to, and just win. That's not how you're gonna win against Triple. Yeah, you may have a beeline for their strategies, but your major attacking side's so weak by banning out that Dokkaebi early on that, you know, things are not gonna be looking that good for you. You need to try and figure out a way to just push your advantages early on. Now that they have an understanding that, hey, the side's over towards Kitchen, we need to pick up that IQ to try and get a beeline position of where that Pulse is gonna be playing. They spot out the Pulse, they spot out the Mozzie Pest. They will know what to expect and paint a picture in their minds that, hey, these are where the players are going to be positioned. This is where we need to head to and get in that map control so we can try to pincer them out from multiple different angles. I want to see some form of pincer come in from the attackers. They need to stop just funneling in through one particular corridor, because that's when they start to lose. But John gets caught out by Reddy. The pixel peak not really working out for him, and it backfires. That's a massive kill, but Dovahkiin has a cross setup. That is the trade. 4 versus 4 still on the map, and one by one they're dropping like flies, but they're still regardless getting all of the kills. And oh my god, pure risk and Easy GG. They get all the frags and one more player to try and fight it all out. Easy GG just walks straight across. He doesn't give a damn about what kind of angle you're holding. Good shots, and Nobles just punish the over aggressive duels. God damn, they had all the information because Solace was not in play. She would have been the biggest deciding factor of these drones just casually walking in. But without that Solace, the drones got a lot of information, and the members of Noble capitalized on top of that information by taking those advantageous duels. Smart timeout from the members of Nobles.
That is crazy to me. Yeah. Dovahkiin as well, you know, they know that he's a formidable foe to go up against. They saw that SMG 11 shot to the face, and they thought, we're using a nade for this. He's there. We know where he is. Just send a nade. They did. As soon as they... That was almost like a linchpin too. That pressure could start to be applied. The pressure to Memo started to be applied. It was all over the shop. And yeah, that was just such a swift cleanup by Nobles. Gorgeous stuff there. Again, utility-wise, Triple not really reacting too much. They are bringing a lot of C4s again. So the potential of the verticality coming through.
10 seconds remaining.
And they're just kind of rely on either you waiting for the collapse or you going underneath. So I'm curious as to where their positioning is going to be and how they're going to play these C4s. Of course, the Mozzie and Mute combo too. Dovahkiin and Fares really just trying to go for this roam game. Dovahkiin, rightfully so, they've plonked him all the way in bathroom because he has been a formidable force for Nobles to try and go up against. Again, it is a kind of fair enough situation that they're letting Dovahkiin hold all of that pretty much by themselves. Granted, there are Mozzie pests, so again, limited intel. Nobles, however, they're going for the verti play here.
They're spreading themselves out to see what they can find first. Just as you said, the vertical play will be their biggest friend, but they first have to go through Fares. And of course, Gars just being on that top side. They are an absolute nuisance to deal with. And my god, I don't like this. This could have just gone really bad. Guards! He's gonna be able to live. The man had how many flashes thrown into his face and he still survives it. God damn. Not phased by any of this. And guards, he's gonna be able to hold, but a perfectly cooked nade. Guards is gonna get caught out, but do they even know that he's been down? I don't think so. Perez already over towards the side of study. The drones have not spotted him. Now they know exactly where he is. The drones are going to be able to find a catch. 2 players over onto 90 and 1 more over on the top side. They can easily give this one up if they wanted to here and maybe work their way down towards the bottom floor, but they need to catch out Perez as fast as they possibly can. Sophia just survives with the skin of her teeth. A little bit too close for comfort and pure risky. Trying to maybe find a trade for it.
Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic right now from the side of Nobles. Again, not finishing off that down onto guards. They are trying to use the util Ferris. I was wondering how much that pressure was going to pay off, and it certainly has. Lone Soldier falling down to those. X-Kairos are completely taken away now. They can't open up any of these lines of sight. They can't really deal with the mirror window either, or even get that sneaky little hard breach entry into bar. Beautiful shot there, though, as far as falls down. Pure risky. Trade for trade again. This is where you have to go a bit more direct, so the pressure certainly is on. Given Joseph and Pure Risky on the tiniest bit of health too, there are claymores aplenty, but again, I don't think Triple are gonna go for any flanks right now. Pure Risky, there we go, taking on Declan. John trades back onto Joseph though. The C4 to finish off Pure Risky too, and Easy is left in a 1 versus 3. Again, ideally trying to isolate those kills, but there we go. John to finish things off. As Triple fighting back a little bit, but that was very chaotic from the side of Nobles.
They're trying to fight their way into the second floor. They wanted to take over bar. They wanted to take over study. I get that. But the site's on first floor, mind you. And there was no one pushing in from astronomy. No one coming in through trophy. Do you really believe that the players on study are going to look at anywhere other than red stairs and then study? Where is the pincer? I really don't get this. The members of Nobles, they're trying to take so many 50-50 duels that nothing is gonna work for them. You had an opportunity to send a player or send 2 players over towards the 90 and then pincer the person trying to hold from that side. Then the other player coming in through red stairs could have had an easy opportunity to get a free kill over onto the mute. Bit too much of a one-dimensional strategy from the side of Nobles. It's costing them here, and they need to pick up on that soon.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
This certainly will be interesting, the two of the Aruni gates to kind of cover a bit more of closet. The full utility burn is what they want from Nobles. Again, if IEZ stays the other side of the map, that is a nice extension to this roam game. And sometimes with going for a little bit of roam by yourself is you can get pinched out a little bit. It does look like Nobles are going a little bit more direct, but again, that didn't really favor them well last time. They were trying to use their utility to blind and deal with certain players, get them out of those very difficult spots, but it didn't really work in the way they wanted to.
What's the game plan for them now? The IQ does get a good chunk of information of where all the gadgets are finally set up. So they are going to be a bit more happier about this. Bebana does open up the frontal side wall, but just opening up that wall is not going to be enough. They need more information and they need to find that first frag. Roamers all the way down towards Laundry. How will you get in? Where do you want to take this fight and where do you want to take these engagements? Those Valkyrie cams are just an absolute atrocious thing. There's nothing that you can do about it too. The Valkyrie is just going to give away free information and you have nothing to try and stop her. Looking at the spots and looking at the positioning for them now. They need to run their way in. Reddy's going to be able to go on down through. That's so aggressive, Reddy. He's already in. And I don't think they have any idea that he's that close, but now they do. Reddy? How are you going to get out of this? You're in a tough spot. He needs to switch out that gun, but the DMR is just way better in the hands of the Aruni. 1-for-1 trade, and it's just 1 minute 20 seconds.
Guards falling. John immediately going for that trade, though. Again, trades all the way across the board. Constant between these two. John, a second one there onto Joseph as well. No immediate clapback just yet from Nobles. They are holding a lot of pressure here. They're looking for these rotates, but Triple aren't giving to them. As I say that, though, Defcon's going to get actually tagged out a little bit, caught out on that little aggressive push from the statue doorway. Again, this whittles us back down to a 2 versus 2, even Stevens. But again, that timer is ticking. Easy, beautiful pick there onto John. And poor IEZ is left in a 1 versus 2. Again, though, very capable player, winnable almost. That was the idea on a drone, but there we go. Easy just goes for the swing around the corner. Nobles again take the lead here and pull themselves to actually match point.
It all really came down to the engagements that they were taking and the duels that they were able to find. It's the 1-for-1s that's always working out in their favor. I like the fact that, hey, Nobles, they want to take control first. They had the frontals, they had bathroom control, they had closet control, they made their way in from closet over on towards bathroom, finally found the frags from there, but I wanted to see some people push in from the other side of the map. I know you're trying to take engagements, I know you want to take duels, but Triple, they are forcing you to take these duels for a reason because they are very confident in their raw mechanical skill. The site is again over towards Saturated Trophy. Now, what's the switch up? Will Nobles again go for the exact same strategy, or will they go in for something different? Dovtukin, he could just be trying to remake what he did last time, going up against Take Charge just by sitting inside of the tub. And if that happens, good God, that's gonna be a meme to remember.
I don't know if that's worth it, though. Again, you know, this is match point for Nobles, but it's not just match point, it's series point. If Triples lose here, they're out the tournament. They're going home. They're not going to that grand final. They're not going to that all-important rematch against Geekay. Again, though, for Nobles, a 2-0 victory. That's more than just a revenge tour. That's a revenge saga.
Can you imagine Nobles, the team that had one of the hardest runs from the MENA region, to reach this point, suddenly getting a 2-0 victory up against Triple? That is a level of confidence that you just cannot make up. And going into the grand finals, if they do make it, members of GK, they're probably trembling in their boots. But it's still gonna be a long journey. 2 maps possibly that the members of Noble need to fight through to even get to that point. And for Triple, that would be a massive fall from grace if they do lose out here. Nobles, they're taking their time and they are playing it as slow as they can. They do not want to give anything away. And this is good for them. Looking at the other portions of the map, they are not really showing their presence as much. John, though, is trying to get thrown off. And this roam will be massive. If they do catch this person out, that's going to be huge for them, but that's going to be a body dropped and a lot of damage to be given away. Pure Risky on the other side is going to be the one who does get positioned out a little bit more than the other who would have wanted to. Lone Soldier finally getting himself on the board, getting the second kill of the game. He's been having a pretty rough time, but with this, a massive confidence boost to boot and ready! A bit too ambitious, but he still gets a frag regardless. 3v3. Equal playing fields for both of these teams, and it's now all about catching one player off the timing. Who is he going to be able to find? One player has been spotted towards Astronomy, and that's a massive one to find. Again, remember what I said. Don't forget, he's sitting inside of the tub, and this might just work. Please tell me that they saw him.
This is it. It's such a ratty, ridiculous. Okay, there we go. The second one as well. How are you falling for that easy falls too? And Pure Risky, the only hope here. There's one. There's nearly 2. Goes for the spray and pray. Goodness me, finishes off Devclin. That's at least whittled it to a 1 versus 2. Again, trying to get into these 1 versus 1 engagements. Drop down, taking a significant amount of health though. That's really unfortunate. Pure Risky going for some risky business, it would appear. That guy getting shot out, and that's going to give the audio cue as to where his whereabouts might be. They know the timer is ticking, so it's like triple. They're just going to try and pull back a little bit, try and hide a little bit. But there we go, there's one down.
That's a down.
The 1 versus 1, the tiniest bit of health. Risky, Nobles' best hope at finishing this here and now. The tight angle held by John. There we go, the spray and pray around the corner. The triple, John securing their overtime. They are not going home just yet.
That was a read coming in from Pure Risky as well. Imagine if John went to the other side, tried to wallbang him. That would have been a free enough kill. Pure Risky, if he just got this frag, that would have been the game changer for him. If he had a holographic side, that was a guaranteed kill. Because it's a 2x, he got put into that scenario. Very close, pretty much riding on the edge, the members of Noble. Joseph trying to give his team a little bit of a pep talk to just bring their morale up here at this point. Because that was a pretty close round, but at the same time, did they really need to bring it that close? No, not at all. It was just a little bit of faulty drone work that caused this all to happen. And of course, Dovtukin pulling out the bathtub strategy right at the very end where it was least expected. This man did this before as well. I remember it clearly up against Take Charge. He set himself up inside of the bathtub when it was match point. And no one cleared it.
Concerning, I will say, for that to work.
10 seconds to insertion.
Hey,
granted,
in the heat of the moment,
was in there, so you do get. Well, this is it, isn't it? The heat of the moment. You've got the mute jammer there. They can't really drone it. The heat of the moment. You tunnel vision almost towards that Astro peak. You expect people to just be swinging from that wall, right?
yep.
And granted, you know, we even saw Easy try and go for the refrag, but they just got shut down again. SMG-11 to the face. Not a lot you can do. It's just, I can't believe it. It's just, wow. Wild, wild antics, to be honest, from Triple.
Sometimes these are the type of peaks that players normally face at the lowest ranks of the game, where people are just chilling inside of the bathtub, no one clears them, and you get like 1 or 2 kills and you get away with it. At the highest levels of play, when pretty much everyone can predict everything, things are a bit more different for Rez. Good on the pre-fire, catches out Easy GG, but now his position is revealed. Stuck towards statuary, and he's looking to be a bit more of a nuisance here on the side, but this Mozzie is taking so many of these drones, and Pure Risky, you can't miss those shots, man. The tracking's not gonna be good there. And Joseph's taking good chunks of damage on the other end. They still haven't found a trade. They still haven't found one single point of damage onto any of these players. And Nobles, they're dropping the ball. What's happening here?
Little bit an unfortunate one, but again, I love utility to work with the IQ scanner. Can certainly let them know what kind of setup they're gonna see on site. Well, now it won't, because John is actually gonna shut down Ready. Already it's looking like a good round for Triple, a 2 versus 5 for Joseph and Lone Soldier to try and contest with. Now Joseph's just gonna hold on to this pig window.
Attackers have recovered their
This is where it starts to get a little bit wavy again. A Lone Soldier, they have to try and find their way to Joseph. Ideally, a duo pinch needs to come through here. They can try and dislodge Fares there. That would at least be a little bit of a start. Timer is ticking down to a minute to work with. There we go. A diffuser has been dropped. Fares collecting pretty much a nice little easy kill. And there we have it. A flawless round for Triple to start this overtime on. Goodness me, aggressive.
The defensive hold is just so strong. This is where the spread is so crucial, and whenever you do spread, you gotta make sure you take those duels properly. Losing aim duels that should easily go in your favor, now that is something you cannot let happen. Nobles, they are suffering from that. Their confidence is down in the ditch, and they need to claw their way back up if they want to take a 2-0 victory up against Triple. Don't treat this as you having that safety net of one more map. You need to go strong right here and right now.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Looking at Triple,
by attackers.
what's your game plan? How do you want to play this attack? Their attack side has not been looking that good. They only got 2 rounds on it. For Nobles, this should be the place where they need to regrow their confidence and start thinking about what they can do for the next round. What's the game plan here? How will you fight this? A lot of information denial and a lot of ways to gain information too. Solace, Mozzie, and Valkyrie.
10 seconds left.
Now this is a trio that you cannot get your drones past.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And you see it again, not just for drones, the Solus can also spot out potentially other things too, like the Twitch drones coming through, the Flores drones. Maybe if the EMP is being held in hand, I actually quite remember that one. I'm pretty sure they do actually spot out the EMPs. So again, calling that out of that information. I'm pretty sure, because it's an electrical gadget, right?
I don't remember the EMPs being electrical gadgets. Something to try out later down the line because...
Certainly so. Let's get in a server later. But for now, the Twitch drone's coming through. ADS is getting taken away. So Joseph might get a little bit aggressive here in retaliation.
They're fighting this one too. IEZ taking a good chunk of damage on that side. He's going to be on a receiving end of a lot of hurt, but for the side of Nobles, they're playing it quite defensively, and I like that. No real over-aggressive peaks. They can take their time for these duels, and Joseph taking a good chunk of damage over onto the other side of this, though. Needs to try and survive this one. It's going to be able to dip out, and the Valkyrie is going to be on the other end, taking an L for their side. They need to try and live through this one. But this Flores drone is going to be able to catch out one, and catches out the other. Lone Soldier, how did you drive through the drone? No way. I have never seen that happen in the longest time, especially in professional level of play. The Flores drone gets a double?
Oh, I thought that was going to be a run out then. Thank goodness it was not. Pure Risky falling to a bit of a safe position. It's going to get flashed out. Will the swing come through though? Not just yet. This is a little bit of a warning moment. And spotting out the air jab, spotting out that Flores drone. Flores, beautiful shot down to Joseph, and there we have it.
My
Triple.
God.
They have pulled it to map number 3. That was too close for comfort there. That could have been very bad indeed. Again, the fact that, you know, an 8-6 victory, that is significant stuff. And again, if you're triple right now, you are feeling a little bit Jimmy Russelled. Because that was your map pick. And again, it went the full way. Nobles are absolutely on fire today. This is the strongest we've seen them all season, in my opinion. This has been absolutely incredible from Nobles so far in this series, and I think map number 3 is going to be an absolute barn burner. Oregon, of course, and even Stevens playing field. We saw how fruity it got yesterday in that Geekay and triple match. I wonder here if Nobles have done a little bit of homework. Will they be counter-stratting again? Very traditional Siege we saw in Oregon yesterday. That is very, very curious to see how that's about to go, to be honest. I am hyped for that one, aggressive.
Yep. I really want to see if the members of Nobles can just regroup from what they did here on Villa, because I didn't like a lot of their strategies, too one-dimensional, not really approaching from different sidelines, not making the members of Triple feel very uncomfortable. You saw what happened when the Flores came into play. Those RC Roteros just decimated anything that the members of the defense could have done. The Roteros ran in, he placed them down, he was just about to detonate to finish off a downed player, and those Roteros alone were used to go through multiple different soft walls. That's the strangest part. They use the Roteros to open up lines of sights in so many of these fights that it gave them that edge. No one expected it to happen. And Triple, with the adaptations, they were able to take this one away. The main thing that Triple have going for them is their most unorthodox way of playing a lot of their strategies, playing a lot of their fights. And maybe that's going to be the thing that gets them a win on Oregon, because Oregon's pretty much one of those maps that is set in stone of how the strategies go, how you take fights, how you take duels. So maybe bringing in something a little bit more spicy could be the switch up. The bans are going to be quite interesting because we know that Nobles, they like to ban a lot more things that we don't normally see. Same goes for Triple. I'm excited for that one.
It's difficult for your heart, really, because Nobles, I think Nobles deserve to win here, but also Triple deserve to win here. It's difficult. I want to see both of these teams go up against Geekay. I think that's my main thing. I want to see this kind of you know, again, more revenge arc situations to happen. But the main revenge arc that's happening here is, of course, Nobles have taken a map off Triple. That's already so much more progress from last time. And again, I genuinely think Nobles could take it off Triple, cause a massive upset. Maybe Nobles going up against Geek as well. It's going to be an interesting one to see. Let's have a cheeky little look, though, at these statistics, because that's really going to show us the back and forth and how impactful that back and forth was, especially in terms of how those kills were. So let's see that map summary, shall we?
Looking at the match summary,
Alrighty
I'm
then.
expecting pretty close shots coming in from Dovetakin and Pure Risky. And yep, just as I expected, 16-9 for Dovetakin and Pure Risky on a 15-8. Both of them were going ham on this entire map, but that's the thing. Both of these guys were going ham, but on the other side, Nobles, they had a pretty quiet game on other players. Lone Soldier on a 2-13. Have you ever seen that? Normally, he's the one leading the charts. He's normally second frag or first frag in most cases. He went 2-13 with a 21% cost. The man was barely even able to use any form of utility. That's rough. While on the other side,
rough
Triple,
indeed.
all of their members had phenomenal games.
Yeah, it's difficult to try and, you know, get to the point where you're trying to get those kills under your belt, and even these trades as well. Because even, you know, looking at the cost realistically, yes, granted, it's so much better on the side of Triple. You know, we do have that 79 on Dovahkiin. Are we surprised about that, though? No, Dovahkiin absolutely popped off on that map. Again, every time, I swear his name was just constantly in the kill feed, every single round. A 1.14 KPR as well, when you take the amount of kills compared to the rounds we had. And again, we want people to ideally be above that 1 mark because of the fact it means they're showing up at least every single round. So 1.14 is certainly pushing the limits a little bit there. We've seen him get higher as well before as well. So that's always an interesting player to try and keep your eye on. Sometimes having, again, just a little bit of field there. We saw this literally yesterday. Dovahkiin absolutely went mad against Geek, and it was incredible stuff. This is the thing. This map of Oregon, this is going to be a scary one, to be honest, on both sides. If you're a Triple fan, if you're a Nobles fan, that is going to be a formidable a showdown, is how I'll describe that. That is going to be a showdown. I think that's going to go hopefully full overtime between these two. If it doesn't, then we all need to feel a little bit disappointed, really. These two teams are playing absolutely out of their minds. The players are absolutely on point. The players mechanically are so gifted on both sides. The strategies, the adaptations to each other, so on point on both sides. It needs to go to overtime on Oregon, or I'm going to be crying.
Yep.
But let's go for a quick little break first. We will not go to Oregon just yet. We will take a quick little 5-minute break. Do not go anywhere. Get your snacks, get your water. We will be right back.
Say something, 'cause we don't talk about nothing no more. No, nothing. Do you not care about nothing no more? It's like we're fighting. Do you even want it? Do you feel you need this? Do you even feel it? Fighting for a lost cause, or am I fighting for us? Just I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars, oh. I'll stick like glue inside your mind, oh. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars, oh. I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars, oh. I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars, oh. I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Nothing. We don't talk about nothing.
ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. We are hosts Blackjack and Aggressive, as we are now back. As of course, I wasn't there for map number 2, but we are here for the final map in this engagement that Triple Esports and Nobles are currently locked horns in. So we're going to be going into map number 3. That is Oregon. We had map 1 Clubhouse not too long ago. That was a 7-5 to Nobles. And then on Villa, even though I wasn't casting, I was watching. It looked like for a good moment there that Nobles might be able to secure it. They were 4-2 up. And then Triple started making a comeback, ultimately winning on overtime 8-6, which has now led us to map number 3. Oregon is going to be in play, aggressive. What are we thinking? Oregon, the final map. How do you think it's going to go?
It could go either way here. Personally, I think that Nobles might have bit the bullet because they took things a bit too lightly over onto Villa. Too one-dimensional on the approach, no map control whatsoever. They just were hoping they would win their duels and pulled out an essay on us. You know that's true.
Yes. Yeah, that's
Salvation Siege just purely revolves on duels. Yeah. Like, as a caster, a lot of people are going to throw shade at me for saying that, but there's no other way that you can put this into words. Normally, how SE Siege works, no one wants to fight for map control. They see one particular side, and they're like, oh, yes, we're going to out-aim them, we're going to out-duel them, we're going to throw a bunch of flashes and win out on the duels. That is not how this is going to work. You need to be a little bit more decisive in the level of control that you want to bring down to the table. Oregon is another map where control reigns supreme. If you want to fight for dormitory, you need attic, you need white stairs. Or maybe if you want to go in through armor, you need armory stairs control. There's so many different places that you can play around with. Try to pincer the defenders. Don't just try to funnel in from one particular side. And Nobles, this is what I was saying. These are the type of bans that we can expect from both of these teams. They like to be a little bit more creative with their man choices. Twitch getting banned out makes sure that Mira, if she is in play, becomes one of the most nuisance operators to deal with. There's no way that you can take her out without investing a lot of utility to try and break those mirrors.
Exactly, especially on base when Mira will be a terror, I feel like. Osa is going to get banned on the other side. Of course, those Talon Shields have plenty of areas in Oregon where they can completely shut down hallways, rotates, angles, and so many other things. And if you don't have explosive utility or any way to approach the shield and blind the attacker sitting behind it, well, good luck to you. As on the meanwhile, Triple have the first defender to be banned. There you go, Mira. They are not taking that risk. They see that Twitch ban, and this is a retaliation. Even though Mira is still a very standard ban for the defense, all things considered, you can also take this as, again, exactly. You can take this particular Mira ban as a clapback against that Twitch ban from earlier. Like Aggressive said, Twitch is a very good counter to Mira, and that, of course, now puts both her and Azami out of the playing field. Azami, a very standard ban now, very quickly catching on too, as portable bulletproof utility is really just a concept that has added so much to Rainbow Six and also so much depth to the gameplay. Go on.
Correction. Azami is portable, bulletproof, rechargeable utility.
Rechargeable, yes, actually, that is correct.
That's even worse.
Ooh. Oh man.
You don't deal with an Azami for like the entire 2 minutes. 2 seconds later, you see her cover the entire sites with bulletproof utility, and then you're like, ah, okay.
Well, in the meanwhile, looks like there has been a bit of a technical
Attackers have
difficulty,
located a bomb.
as it were, and we might just have to. Yes, we are actually going in for a re-host, folks. Yeah, so looks like a little bit of an unfortunate start to the third map. It's going to take a hot minute until we get things going here. But until then, you guys are stuck with us. We can talk about the bans, we can talk about the potential scores that we could see on this third map. There's still quite a bit to talk about based on what we've seen in the first two maps alone. So I wouldn't say it's all bad that this rehost has happened. There's some silver linings in these clouds yet, primarily which, of course, those bands that we saw. Of course, we were talking about the Azami, right? The portable, rechargeable, bulletproof utility that can be put up at any given point in the round. It's like you take Wamai, who is what? Portable utility denial utility. That utility was in the center.
A lot of utility.
A lot of utility, yes, but it's basically portable, rechargeable as well. So like you get it over time. Legion as well denies you movement and area based on his rechargeable goo mine. So the concept with Azami is, since those two take care of utility and denial, this one takes care of cover, primarily hard cover for that matter. I guess what you could call hard cover. It's actually soft cover. It goes down to explosives and to 3 melee, so it's more of a portable castle barricade, if anything, but more useful than a castle barricade because that round shape lends itself well to a lot of cover areas in Rainbow Six, much more naturally than just blocking a door or a window. So Azami gets a lot more play and a lot more bans purely because of that. And the Twitch, of course, we all know exactly why. We've been subject to a lot of pesky Twitch drones ruining our day whenever we're on the defense. So the Twitch ban, it made it 100% sense, especially if you're like, if you want to have a Mira or what have you. It's all in the spirit, of course. With all that said, folks, yeah, that cleans up pretty much all the bans. As the Rios goes, we will be going into basement laundry again because the site and ops were picked, after which the Rios was called. So things will be relatively the same as what you saw when we went into, or were supposed to go into, map number 1. So let's now get on the speculative train, right? It's about to get real numbers around here. So 7586, and the second map went pretty okay, not too well to Triple Esports. Let's be honest, Triple's Villa was a little scrappy for a large part of that map. It was really only after the 2-4 mark that they started picking it up, and even then they lost a couple of rounds here and there. Even though the second half really was theirs, I would say, all things considered.
True.
Nobles, on the other hand, I don't know, a part of what we saw on Villa sort of seemed to tell me that they're starting to run out of steam, starting to run on those empty fumes, as it were. They felt tired, disorganized, scatterbrained, as I like to say so often. So, Aggressive, what do you think? Can they overcome that? They've had a bit of a break between the maps, obviously. So, can they overcome this going into the third map?
They need to just go the distance, I would say, from here. I want them to be a lot more, let's say, proactive in the way that they're taking control. They need to spread themselves out, be more decisive in what you want to do. We're going to be jumping straight back in towards the game. No dilly-dallying around here, but that's the thing. We already talked about it. We want the members of Nobles just to try and make the members of Triple uncomfortable. They do that so well on the defensive side, but we don't see any of that on the attack. Triple are the one dictating the pace of the engagements, of the matchups. On the defense, mind you, they're the ones who are controlling the attackers. That should never happen. When you're on the attack, you're the ones who are going to be the ones to take charge. And looking at Triple, they have picked up a gridlock.
Okay. Now that is a rare sight, I'll tell you that much. The Nomad usually just covers all sort of defender, anti-defender anti-roam, anti-flank type of utility. Nobody's usually just always enough, right? And a couple of flank drones. But triple, okay, there we go. I was gonna say, with Nomad already there, the gridlock, it's kind of just overusing the same type of utility. Gridlock has her own unique use cases, don't get me wrong. But she shares a lot of what she does with Nomad anyway. Okay, we're just not gonna have either of them, I guess. Easy switching out to the Lion, and Fares switching out to the Ash. It might be a rush comp we're looking at here. No blitz, mind you. They don't want to have to deal with. They don't want to have to, bring in the shield and potentially pull themselves down a little bit. Still, that is an interesting team composition here. No anti-flank there. So they're going to have to rely heavily on drones and Dokubi's logic bombs, even on the E1D scans, the first of which has already been used.
Yeah, their positioning, it's already pure risky. Catching at the tootsies of one of the players. Good shots. No one's going to be checking that one. That is an angle that you need to clear on out from now on. Ready? Oh, what a shot. Catches him out on the jiggle. The thing is, no one could have been ready to kill ready. The guy only was showing his shoulder. Poor old Jean just got absolutely dumpstered on there, and there's nothing that he could have done about it. Things are not looking up. You lost two of your most important entry fraggers right off the bat without any form of retaliation or utility usage. 1 minute 50 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, you have a lot of time, but are you going to even use that time? Because two people that you need trying to even break in are non-existent here.
That's the thing. The ones that they've lost are also very important. You, of course, have the Ash for soft breach utility, but on the other side, you have the Iana. Oh my goodness, that's a vicious shot right there from
that's a pre-fire.
IZ. Finds one, nearly gets caught by the pre-fire from the smoke, but sends an E1D. That's the last one as well the Lion has. He falls back. But the thing is, for Triple, this is going to be very difficult. They've already lost a lot of utility gain from that Iana going down. At the same time, they've also lost an extremely good operator in terms of kit, in terms of overall presence of the map. 2 grenades, a gun 6, beautiful AR as well. Lots of things that Iana could have otherwise done that no longer will be in play. Of course, leaves the attackers in a bit of a catch-22. They need to try something here, and yet, whatever they do, it's going to be a little bit hampered because of that body loss earlier. Risky going down is one thing, but here's the other, that Joseph is still alive. Easy GG still alive. Ready and Lone Soldier more than happy to take care of any sort of clutch requirements. Still alive. Oh dear me. Attempt from IZ gets taken down by Easy, but in the meanwhile the attackers fall in. Guards and Domi get 2 of their own. They're almost in the site. They need to get into Laundry, and they're going to do just that. Guards is going for the plant, but Joseph sees one and sees the other. Hiding inside of... Exactly, I know, right? It is Joseph's night, folks, as the Goyo hiding inside of the Laundry in the washing machine closet gets 2 very important kills as well. Very well done from the Nobles to just hold it back and make sure that Triple do not get that advantage at any point in the map.
It was just smart coming in from the plays too. Nobles, they took the early engagements, they got the early fights, they forced themselves back in towards the side, playing for crossfires, playing for defensive positions. And that's what gonna happen, because when it comes to those 2vx situations, you're not gonna be able to clear out the entire side most of the time before opting to go in for the diffuser play. You need to take your chances at that point, being like, hey, we need to make an educated guess that maybe no one's gonna be over towards Laundry washing machine. Maybe it's gonna be fine for us, but that's not really the case. You play in those cheeky corners because everyone is hunkering inside of the site. You always will have the element of surprise, and Nobles just were banking on top of that one. Good plays from their side, get those advantages, run their way back. Now, where is this Noble on the attacking side? That is what I really want to know.
Yeah, that is a question that I think a lot of us were asking in the previous map, right? What happens to this very same team that they play like a completely different and arguably worse team in the second half whenever they're attacking? Triple right now, for instance, they on the attack, it's not like they're slouches. It's not like they play terribly, but Nobles on the defense just seem to outplay them no matter what. And yet,
True.
when you put Nobles on the attack, Triples.
Oh!
Oh my goodness!
Oh!
That is a violation. Easy. Finds the first kill. That's John to drop. Lone Soldier pushing out with the duo. Finds Fares. And that's 2 down. Very early. And John is going to be feeling that one all the way to the grand finals. If they get there, mind you.
Ouch. Good God, Jack. That's gonna leave a mark and a scar. That is a kill that you do not want to be at the receiving end of. They're trying to work their way in, but they lost out on so many of their players that things are not looking that good for them. And considering where the Kaid claws were, this could have been different. I don't like the odds of this Kaid claw working out in their favor. Yowza.
Oh, what?
What?
That just happened.
Nani?
And that just happened again. What is even going on?
Sure.
It's suddenly a 1v3. IZ, the last one standing. This is a flurry of bodies. Someone tried to... All I saw was like a blur coming out the newly made breach. And then everybody else from the side of Triple just died.
Hey. Yeah, it threw me off guard there of how this fight was taken, but... I guess Hakuna Matata? But I think that on the other side, IEZ, he's gonna be the one who's really worried. Remy's just singing the song. Easy cheat. He just pulls out the pistol. Just domes in with a dolphin dive. He just dolphin dived. Oh. Nicely done. The guy's crosshair placement was clean there.
Absolutely.
Look at it.
Credit, like all credit where it's due. My goodness, it was just... That was a flurry of kills, and the fact that Nobles not only walked away with it, not only walked away with the round win, but walked away relatively unscathed. It went down to the, 1v3? I think it was a 1v4 when the Nomad IEZ took a kill. It was a 1v3, right? Yeah. It was a 2v4, which became a 1v3. And you get the point. But, yeah, Nobles really starting off strong here. Again, the impetus is on them, right? That they absolutely need to get these first 3 rounds so that they can, get an advantage on the defense and just try to, weather the storm on the attack. We normally say the exact opposite, that you need to try to weather the storm on the side of the defense, because the attackers are the storm that's approaching, right?
5 seconds to insert.
But
yes, he's
in this case, exactly. Exactly. But with Nobles' attack, it's actually the other way around, right? They, like you said, end up falling, like being susceptible to the pace set by Triple's defense more often than not.
Yep.
So they want that advantage right now, like a 4-2, ideally even a 5-1. But against Triple, a 5-1 is nearly impossible. So 4-2 is what we're looking at, realistically speaking, if they keep this pace up and Triple doesn't adapt. Let's see if that works, though.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
dear. Overeager. Way too overeager.
Peek. Don't peek. Not like this. It's like 2 different playstyles contrasting against each other. Like, hey, we want to dictate the pace as well on our defensive side, but they do it by taking very aggressive duels. But those duels are not going to get you anywhere. The side's completely cleared out. Lone Soldier's going to be able to find 1 kill, but that 1 kill doesn't add up to anything. All on its lonesome, maybe getting 1 more frag, but now he's just going to get pincered from 2 different sidelines. Dovtakin's just one of those players that you cannot take disengagements with, and the man just walks away with a triple. Beautifully done. Dovtakin coming in clutch. This man can do it all.
Absolutely. Dovtakin, the triple kill to give Triple Esports the 3rd round. That's interesting, isn't it? It would have been even more like a coincidental thing if it were like a 3-something to Triple, but it is what it is. There's a lot of 3s on the board right now. We're going into round number 4, breaking that particular
Defenders, protect your
mathematical
bombs
formula,
from
if you can
being
even,
defused by
if you can even
attackers.
call it that. And the side that we're going to, once again, is going to be basement, laundry, and the supply room. No surprises right there, as Nobles had nary a difficult time. Actually, I think I used the wrong word there. They did not have a difficult time at all in this basement side. They were really, really comfortable, and there was no two ways about it. Triple just had almost no idea what was going on, how Nobles were playing, and their overall like positioning and placements were just, they were all over the place.
10
This
seconds
time,
left before
we
insertion.
are looking at a Nomad being brought in, Fares bringing in that particular operator. I think it's a switch. The Nomad goes to Fares while IEZ switches into the Hibana, going in for the Breacher instead of the anti-flank. While from the Nobles defense side, there is an interesting pick. There's an Ella in play. I do want to see if this is an Ella with the Scorpion or Ella with the shotgun, the Delito gun, as I like to call it. But for now, we'll just have to wait and see. Those Gershmots are going to be very, very useful as well. And meanwhile, attackers, there's a standard roam clear, push from second floor down to first, down to basement. We're going to see the standard stuff.
Yep. Composition-wise as well, I do believe Nobles, they are looking to be a bit more, I would say, reserved in their approach, which is pretty good for their end, but this reserved approach could just also backfire because they're giving away a bit too much map control. They're all in towards the site, I do believe. Not a single player is roaming. And this easily could go haywire if they're not careful. They're letting the attackers have full control. Where is he?
There's a defender upstairs. I think it's ready with the shotgun above.
Is he on big tower?
I'm not entirely certain. No. You can just see a defender shadow above. I swear I saw one. But might have fallen back to the site. Where is the Ella? Oh dear me, there we go. Reddy's found one. Where is this Ella is the question right now. Fares has been stunned by the Gershwin. Oh, inside of security. That's where this Ella's been the whole time, but Reddy trying to fall back, gets caught, and John will take the trade, the refrag as well. Lone Soldier comes back around, finding one more. That's Fares off the board. But this approach from Triple now is just almost too close to the site to pull back. They have to just try to get something out of this situation they're in right now.
Oh, one player's already in towards Laundry. Dovahkiin's gonna be good for one. And the Dragonborn's already in. He's going to be able to equalize things out. 3 versus 3 on the map, trying to get as much utility off the board as possible, but there's no one to open up these hatches. The hatches need to get opened up for the players to even push their way in, but they have nothing to play around with. They're going to purely rely on their raw aim to just get them through any of this. The only entry point that they have accessible to them is through Freezer and through Laundry. But both of those sightlines are a death sentence if you try to get the wrong timing.
Oh,
John, he's opening things up. That's the kill that you needed, and that's the kill that you wanted. But those trades are just perfect. They worked their map beautifully. Triple, they deserved that. God damn, without patch control as well.
Yep.
This was a picture perfect 3v3.
It was a 3v4 actually, now that I look at it, right? The Ella came down and turned it into that 3v4. And Triple had to just go for picks there. They really could not do anything else. The plant obviously was not possible. Hatch control was gone because the Breacher, Ayaz, had been taken clean off the board. So what do you do then? You just need to go for the kills and find an opening through there, and they did it perfectly. Trading until it suddenly becomes a case where the trades just fell in their favor, and Nobles unfortunately falling to the wayside in that round. 2 rounds in a row now, and we've got ourselves a bit of a game going. We're back to Basement Laundry once again from the defensive side. I'm not sure if this is the best idea considering how the round went and how Triple played that late round, as Dorms is still a very good possibility. Nobles won that in their first attempt as well. They could realistically go back to that site and try again. It seems like they're gonna do, or they're gonna, have another run, as it were, run it back on the basement side, this time with a Thunderbird and a Goyle in play.
Looking to be in a bit more of a deeper end of this, though. I do not like their odds here at all. Looking at the setup that they were going in for, the Aruni could have been an option for them to try and deny some of the utility and these fast entrances. But they need something to fight out the rotations. For Rez is going to be able to take down Risky. And that's a huge kill. The Womai getting shut down this early is pretty much the worst thing that you could hope for. Yep. That's going to be the intake. Dovtukin is just running his way in towards these sides. He's not stopping for even a second here.
Here comes the Amaru. All the way down Big Tower. Wait, John is also really approaching the side. Proxy Alarm gives away that attempted entry. Dovtukin has also come under a little bit of fire. Wait, Laundry Hatch is not reinforced. Even though the defenders had 4 reinforcements in their pocket, there goes the Thunderbird, gonna be cleaned up by the Dokkaebi. Guards comes in, finishes off that kill. Easy now taken clean off. That's 2 bodies for the price of none, and no damage done either to the attackers. Triple finding ready. John finding ready. Lone Soldier gets that trade. John to go down. And there come the Vulcans. But here's the thing. Those Vulcan shields can only give you so much time to be bought. Here comes a C4. Doesn't connect though. Unfortunately for Joseph, looking for somebody in the white corridor. Sees the buck. Can't get him. Fares comes in, and it's all up to Lone Soldier. Gets one. Somebody's in the hallway, and it's the buck again. Fares with 2 to finish the round, and Triple take the lead.
Good shots. He acts upon the information that his teammates going to be able to find. Triple are just working the map beautifully. Taking it slow, taking it steady, taking one engagement at a time. That is how you are meant to play. And that is working out in your favor, yes, but at the same time, what is Nobles trying to do? What's their intake? What are they trying to fight for here? Because looking at the composition that they were going in for, looking at how they were playing, you'd expect them to play a bit more aggressively, correct? They want to take duels, they want to take engagements, maybe control the pace of the defenders. Sorry, pace of the attackers. Or they could have also hunkered down inside of the side by placing utility denial all across the entire site. They also did not do that. That basement take was just a bit too... how do I put it? A bit too static. That Triple just read into it and just took the duels that they needed to. They had the utility for it. They took the fights together as a squad. And no matter what happened to them, they were done for.
That is a pretty accurate overall, overall summary of that last round. Nobles simply not doing enough, I think.
Yeah, they didn't have the ops for it.
They didn't. Yeah, they had the Ella who was out and about on the. That was actually round 4. Never mind. I'm thinking of a different round. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is that the pulse shot? Ready with the pulse shotgun.
Where did he?
Gets a big entry. I think he was looking vertically down to the first floor. Marez has to be careful. There's an interesting gunfight to go for. It's a Jaeger versus the Buck, but there is a duo there. Wait, Fares is approaching really aggressively right now. The Buck is almost in, sees the Jaeger, catches the kill, and immediately dips out. More shots fired. This time the IQ guards taking damage because of the pulse. This pulse is being a bit of a nuisance right now. They need to grenade from below or something to get them out, but they are also busy with pure risky inside of meeting. Was keeping these attackers occupied entirely. Comes a Gemini in the meanwhile. That is Risky's position given away. There's a jammer somewhere around, which should of course give away the fact that this is a Gemini. And then John is able to distract as Eyes finds another IZ, I should say. That's ready, gone. The pulse of the board. Now 4v3.
A little bit of a comical moment from both of the players. What just happened there? Questionable on that end, but it's completely fine and dandy. Nothing to really worry about for us. A bit of a dicey gunfight there, but still buck gun is way better on those type of engagement now, is it not? Is able to hold, but Easy GG catches out the timing, hears out the sound, and gets that kill onto the player on white stairs. Easy GG! He's making a turn for the better for his squad, as they're still able to live. 2 versus 2 on the map. Gotta hold down the site. You need to play it smart. How do you want to take this engagement from now on? Armory Stairs is now completely yours. They're gonna buddy up and fight it together. They do not want to spread. And I like this plan because you have the replicator to run your way in towards the side, gain that early bit of information. Attic is now theirs. They also know where ECGG is playing. He is close to the door main hall onto white stairs. They need to find one player who will overly aggress. Just a one peek and they're done for here. I do believe that the IQ still has a drone. They have time to go in for it, but they're losing it now. 15 seconds left. They need to rush their way in. That's the first fight. Not going to be able to take it, though. And now Lone Soldier, your position's already revealed. And Guards, he just does not miss those. Takes a very slow, methodical swing. And Lone Soldier, he was none the wiser for it.
Unfortunate this time for the Nobles, as they truly did apply a good bit of pressure after losing, what was it, 3 bodies in quick succession. A 2v4, I feel like, that was taken by Lone Soldier and Easy GG. Nearly, I should say. Guards doing absolutely amazing work to keep the team not only alive, but also, chugging along, as they are 4-2 up, and they're going on the defense in Oregon. That is what most people would say the advantageous side, advantageous side on this map. Oh, my throat keeps getting caught. Excuse me for that. But, yeah, Oregon is considered at least ever so slightly defender-sided, and in some days it is more defender-sided than others. So, just have to see if tonight is one of those nights. Nobles, in the meanwhile, they are going to be livid with their performance so far. It has been roughly similar since the second half of Villa started, and they have just not been able to get that many rounds under their belt. Whereas Triple, as soon as they start getting that momentum, they absolutely run away with it.
5 seconds to go.
This looks to be another scenario where Triple, they're the ones who are going to be on the driver's seat for pretty much the rest of the game if things do not change. And looking at the setup coming in as well, they have the entirety of the first floor under their control. I love this play that they're going in for, but for Nobles, they look to take a different approach. I don't think they're going to spread themselves out and take control of the first floor. They're looking for an attic entry, especially with this Montaigne. They have an opportunity to do so.
Huh.
Maybe from attic work. I think they're gonna work their way in from attic straight over to blue stairs.
They could, but that's the thing. I'm thinking about if the Monty's gonna go there or through blue bunker big door. Those are
here we
primarily. Oh wait, all right. Do we have something happening? Yes, we do. IZ is gonna start things off, but EasyGG will fire back immediately, taking care of that particular
Oh no!
C4 is out. The Monty's only barely alive somehow. And there's the Nomad. Easy gets another one. Huge drops right now, forcing the Omai John to fall back into the site. Guards as well. They're all back in because they've lost too many bodies. They could not afford to do that. As in the meanwhile, Montaigne Joseph will simply be happy to be alive right now. That C4, from what we could see, landed on their back, but still didn't end them, as Dovahkiin gets another. John's position now given away because the Monty's on the back stairs as the Goyos start getting popped. One has been, I think a second one also will be in just a moment. Impact goes out, shots will be fired front side. Guards doesn't see it. Reddy does though, finds Guards. It's a huge kill right there. John playing in the boiler room. Interesting position to be in. Ooh, that flashbang. Oh, wait. The Montaigne just moved his face and said, nope, 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 nope. Not tonight, bucko. Gets that melee, finishes off the round, and Nobles in a pretty good attack, I will say. And it's been a hot minute since they've looked that good. They will take round 7.
That Montaigne just completely changed the tide of this battle. Imagine if
Yep.
Perez was able to find that kill with the C4, things would have been drastically different there. The Montaigne just had a, like, you know, when you throw a softball at someone, they're like, ouch, that hurt, and they're fine. The Montaigne was just that. It's like, oh, someone threw a pebble at me. I'll be fine. The thing explodes in his face, takes like no damage. He's like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. My god. Like, I do believe that Joseph is like the king of playing unconventional ops. Plays Grim, comes out with the Montaigne as well. When the site is in basement, mind you. And he's still making these work.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep.
5
That
seconds
is the interesting bit, isn't it? That Joseph playing all these operators seems to just work. Grim, I would still say, is a little bit more divisive, even for someone like Joseph. But Montaigne, where you can put some solid utility and trust behind that operator, yeah, Montaigne makes a whole lot of sense, actually. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
we're
he's just an
finishing up the
indestructible
setup.
drone.
Yeah, pretty much, right, for most of the round. And then you have the moments where the Montaigne does actually pop off. This time, Montaigne seems like is on bunker big door. Blue bunker big door, actually. Just waiting for this Aruni to get denied. Actually, will do so themselves with the secondary EMP. Goes in. Oh, just floating around the door, actually. Trying to see if anybody gets the bright idea to go for a peek. Knows full well that going for that particular entry might end up in a bit of a disastrous result. The Mozzie, Fares, could opt to pop the Goyo right now and keep the Montaigne at bay, but chooses not to. Reshields and unshields and reshields, of course. In the meanwhile, spots another player in the boiler room. That's
He needs to
two
break it.
in that region. The pings are therefore easy. He's actually on, I think, coming towards Tower Stairs at least. Yeah, Tower Stairs is about to be aggressed, and Fares has to realize this. So do the rest of the team. Triple, as should they miss that Q, and as the hatch gets broken as well, they might be in a bit of trouble here if they're not careful.
I don't think there are odds for this take either. Not really the best positions that you want to be in. The Montaigne's just getting the information for the squad, and it's keeping them busy for as long as they possibly can, but that alone is just not going to be enough for you to take these entries. They need more control. They need to find that first initial player who's playing a bit too over-aggressive, and forget about the first player. It's going to be two bodies instead. Good shots all around. And Triple, they open it up strong. Taking on the Montaigne and also the Yana. That is a game changer for them. Two forms of information gathering, utility, and of course the Montaigne being the drone himself are now off the board. The attackers, they need to go and dry. And those dry peaks are not working out for them. Woo.
Oh boy, not by a long shot. Flawless round for Triple Esports, actually. And that means they are now 5-3 up. Nobles looking a little bit despondent right there. Joseph, I do really like that old favela background with the Caveira. I just noticed the Caveira behind the sofa there as well. But unfortunately, that
That's my
favela
sleep
background is not
paralysis,
doing
Steven.
you. I was gonna
Staring
say
at
that,
me.
actually. Nice, nice. It's like you took that thought, you just like, you saw it in my cranium and you just yoinked it. Like, this is mine now. Thank you.
Exactly. Great minds think alike.
Great minds think alike. Our two brain cells, resonated for a moment there. And
I thought
we
I
had that
destroyed your
joint
brain
thought.
cells with my bad jokes.
Oh, please. For context, folks, in the pre-show, not pre-show, like before we started map 3, when I came back to, the call with Aggressive, he was just treating me to some of his best, and I mean worst, possible dad jokes. And I just, I wish I recorded that conversation. I don't know. Could have released it on like Twitter or something. Really put it out there for
Man
folks
wanted
at home
to
see.
die.
I did. I really felt like just staring a Montaigne down as a defender, instead of listening to another one of those. So,
Oh
yeah.
god. Yeah, staring at a Montaigne has to be very comical though. The guy's just staring at you, you stare at him. 2 seconds later, someone comes out behind you and insta kills you, and you're like, huh.
Yeah.
So this
It's
is
like,
what
so
happens.
that's how it is, huh? That's what it feels like.
That's what happens when you look at another woman too. Your wife or your girlfriend comes around from half the world away, and then just bonks you in the head. Ah, here we go. Here's the Montaigne.
Here's the Montaigne. Here we go. Entry is being very swift right now, but oh my goodness, Fares actually got that? All right. Watching, gets the head from the top of the shield. Pure Risky finds Dovahkiin in the meanwhile, as the Mozzie getting way too overeager.
Why?
Unaware.
You know he's
of
there.
Where Iana was. Exactly right. Thing is, Fares was, I think Fares didn't know where the Iana was, and that's why they went for that kind of peak. But even then, it's still inexcusable. You got 2 big kills. It's all right that you lost Dovahkiin. Fares, you're going 11-7. You don't need to over-aggress like that. But, you know, sitting here in the casters desk, we can say a whole lot. Fares was just probably feeling themselves at that moment, right? Like, oh yeah, I can do this. I'm invincible. You know, like, yeah, we saw how invincible that turned out to be.
Yeah, these are the type of engagements that you just gotta take a back seat of, but I guess it's okay. 3v3 on the map, they still have a chance to win it out. Triple. They're looking to be decisive on it. They're wasting time, they're taking things slow, and I like that. Triple, when it comes down to these anchor situations, especially on the defense, they are not aggressive whatsoever. They're gonna wait for the entire 2 minutes to make it work, and this is why I said picking up that Aruni is the biggest thing that you can do. If you can deny entry in this way, you stop these rushes instantly, and now they have no utility to break their way in. They're using so much util just to break through the Aruni gate. And this could be the thing that goes bad for them. That's going to be another trade. 2v2 on the map. 30 seconds left on the clock. Positions already known. That's a Jackal for 1. And now Lone Soldier all by his lonesome. Nothing that he can do. John with a fast wide swing to take the kill. The members of Nobles, they are left on an island. Match point for Triple. And pretty much a very broken-hearted team on the other end. How can you play this attack? They need pressure, and all of the problems that we witnessed from map number 2 are now showcasing themselves here on this particular map.
Absolutely.
I
and
do
think the
believe.
biggest one is...
Yes,
go
go
on.
on. Yeah. So the thing that I was saying, I think this was a smart idea from Triple to start off on the attack. They wanted to get the defensive rounds out of the way, knowing that, hey, if we start on the attack, knowing that Noble's defense is pretty strong, but their attack side is weak because of their one-dimensional playstyle, we can use that to our advantage, can't we? Even if we're down 5-1, our attack is drastically better. And you can't win a game of Siege without having at least a decent attacking side where map control is king. Nobles, they possibly could have fallen into a plan that the members of Triple had in mind. And it's working.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
It very much is, actually. Triple here in the match point, and series point for that matter, as this is basically it for their... you know, if they win this round, then that's it. That's done. Dusted. This particular engagement ends. Nobles have 3 chances to go for overtime. Actually, no, Nobles have just the 1 chance to push for overtime. And that 1 chance starts from now. They cannot afford to lose any more rounds. If they do, then they are, unfortunately, put in the blender. They're going to come out nothing more than a very finely grained paste. Oh my goodness! Fares getting that kill before the flashbang could go off. Meanwhile, Lone Soldier on 2nd floor of tower is going to go for a breach, but Fares gets another, gets traded. ZZZ comes out, but wait, Dovahkiin could turn around and get one. Gets the thermite, but doesn't know the Amaru from behind. Easy just turns around with 2. Triple kill on for the ace right now. Looking for another. They have a gridlock in play. I just realized that. Joseph coming in with, again, a slightly, I wouldn't say obscure, but a slightly niche
Where
operator.
is he gonna get in?
Attackers
Well, he's going to make a hole in the wall.
Come on.
Try to defend through that. There goes the track stingers. 1, 2. Those are the ones that Joseph has available right now. His line of sight is going to be pinged out as IZ watches the corridor.
What?
But never mind.
No
John
way!
managed to get in. Shuts down Joseph. Easy. Would have gotten that kill, but John slithers away
John.
and turns around to get another. John with multi-kill to finish off this decider finals, folks. It did not take all that long in map number 3 as Triple will win this decider finals, folks. They will put themselves on to the grand finals. And my goodness, those were some very impactful kills from John. We'll talk about that more once we go into the match summary. But my goodness, what a play overall that we have seen so far from the side of Triple Esports. Again, they fell short against the side of GK, but here tonight, they did not. Let's have a look at the map recap once again for those who might be joining us a bit late for the action, admittedly, or for those who might have zoned out a little bit. We did have 3 maps worth of play, nearly 2 overtimes. Clubhouse was a 7-5 to Nobles, and of course, the Clubhouse was 7-5 to Nobles. Oregon Villa, excuse me, I'm too used to saying Clubhouse, Oregon Villa. Villa was map number 2, 8-6 to Triple, and finally a 7-3 on Oregon to Triple. I think, we can realistically say that Clubhouse is probably a slightly weak map for Triple, and I say only slightly because they still pushed it to a 7-5. So it's not all that bad.
True.
It's just Nobles were outplaying them. So second half of Villa was where Nobles really start to slow down. They get tired. They start running on fumes and, completely emptied out the gas. And, well, unfortunately, we can see the results.
I want to ask you something. I did not pay attention because I joined on the second half on stream for the first map. Which side did the members of Triple start on? I'm pretty sure you have it written,
started
right?
the attack. Yes. Triple started on the attack, actually, in Clubhouse.
So, in a way, yeah, I do believe that Clubhouse is going to be the weakest. Because if you said that Triple started off on the defense, then I would have been like, okay, there is a good possibility that things just went sideways on that occurrence. But this was one of those scenarios that really took me by surprise. Because of how all of these matches went from map number 2 and compared to map number 1, it was just a complete 180 for the members of Noble.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
I don't get
map
this.
1. Yeah. Map 1. Nobles actually took 4 rounds on their attack half, right? Because it was 3-3 in the half,
True.
obviously. Like, it was an equalized scorecard. And going into the second half, they needed to win more rounds because Triple actually won round 7, right? But then they won 2 rounds in a row. Triple gets 1 round, and then 2 rounds again. So Nobles on the attack on Clubhouse looked good. They were showing a good performance. And going into Villa, I was cautiously optimistic for their attack halves as well. And since, Triple Esports were attacking on all maps, then yeah, Nobles on the second half shouldn't have too much of a difficulty, even though Villa is considerably more defender-sided than Clubhouse or Oregon. I was still cautiously optimistic for them, but yeah, we saw how that turned out, didn't it? Math summary, folks. Let's have a look at the numbers, the statistics, and do some, maths in this stream right here. Looking at the overall scorecard, Triple Esports have one very clear kill leader, and that is Fares going 12-10. But let that not distract you from the rest of the team. Dovahkiin has 8-7. IEZ has 6-7. Jonid with 9-9, actually. And Guards with 6-8, all impactful kills as and when the team needed it. Fares doing the entry frag, the rest of the team doing mostly, secondary fragging and flex support roles. 90% cost to IEZ. That speaks to the amount of presence that player had on the map, despite having despite being tied for least kills with Guards.
For like IEZ, the way that he played most of the time was just to purely support his team. And the amount of support that he was able to give to his squad whenever that they were trying to take entry, when they were on the back foot, it was undeniable. The guy was always there where his team needed him to be. And that is something that you cannot get out of every single player. Because normally players can pop off, they can get aces, they can get 4Ks, but at the end of the day, they're still not winning out on the round because of one particular reason. You don't know where you don't always get kills and win out matches. It's very important to close out a map, and IEZ was bringing that down to the table. We're gonna head on down over to the player spotlight and see exactly who deserves to have a light shone on top of their heads. And it's gonna be none other than Fares. He deserves it. Honestly, this guy, he was entry fragging and he still went positive. It's very hard to do. I know for a fact that Dovtakin is going to be able to do it. He's an insane player. He has the mechanical skill to make it happen. But for Guards and Dovtakin, they were having a bit of a rocky start to the day. Then came Villa. Dovtakin just went crazy. And then Fares was right behind him. Every step of the way. Whenever Dovtakin went down, Fares was the one to come on back on Villa and be the one to just completely take over for his teammate. And you can see it on the rating as well. 1.12 rating, 39 kills, 32 deaths. There's a lot of deaths, but that's the thing. The man was second in line to Dovtakin. So of course he's going to have a lot of deaths. Because he's the one who's taken up the mantle for his teammate moving on forward. 61% got, 66% headshot. He was having a phenomenal day. Jean as well. Okay, the player spotlight is on Fares, but goddamn, Jean deserves all the praise in the entire world. That guy is on another level when it comes to his impact frags. He did phenomenal. And on the other side, I have to say for Nobles, don't be disheartened. You put up a really good fight, but your attack side just needs a lot more work. Your attack is too static for its own good. And Triple, they just were better at reading it and outplaying you on the defense.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with everything that Aggressive just pointed out. Too static on the attack and a bit too scatterbrained as well when they were trying to execute anything in a given map. It was just too spotty. Like, they were going in from one side, but there was no setup or pincer movement or anything have you, right?
Nothing.
There was sometimes they even forgot to duo the way that they normally do, which unfortunately is a lot of those situations that they should have won had they been duoing, but because they weren't, they unfortunately were falling prey to Triple Esports. With that said, of course, let's have a look at the player head to head, folks, as the spotlight is on one player, but there is another top player from the other side. I mean, no surprises right there. It is Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph
26-25,
deserves it.
yeah, 26-25 going at 1 point something on the KD. Don't ask me what the actual number is. I'm bad at decimals. 0.86 rating, though. Not great, all things considered. Joseph normally has a better rating in a given match, but then again, he's also normally winning most matches, so we can forgive him for the lower rating tonight. 72% headshot percentage, still maintaining that high one. 42% KOST, though, again, just speaks to how bad of a night, ever since Villa second half, that Nobles and Joseph by extension have been having. Goyo on defense mained, Twitch on attack mained, but Twitch being banned on Oregon also really seemed like did do a bit of a number on the attack of
True.
Nobles, because they were just completely handicapped. It seems like they almost rely on the Twitch, right, in a way, to give them rounds if possible. The number of drones that she has, right, which is now 4 drones, by the way, a very good gun in the F2, and some pretty good secondary utility in smokes as well. Just good all-around operator, and Joseph loves that operator. So does Fares, don't get me wrong, but Fares played other ops as well, like Nomad, like a breacher. Joseph, I think, largely did Montaigne and Gridlock and other niche op types that they play whenever they're like in an advantage or when they're really feeling themselves. But tonight they had to do it because that Twitch was gone and they couldn't go back to their old reliable main because of the ban. Bit of a target ban now that I think about it, right? Against Joseph as well. Who
True.
actually did the Twitch ban? Let me just look it up. Nobles. Never mind. It wasn't a target ban. It was more them trying to be preemptive against, I guess, Fares and the rest of Triple. Unfortunately, it did kind of bite them in their own ankles. It is what it is, I guess. But yeah, that is the player spotlight, folks. And that also concludes the decider final. So let's have another look at the brackets for what is now the penultimate time. There you have it. Your grand finalists have been decided. It is GK Esports versus Triple. a rematch from the upper bracket finals from actually last night. When you think about it, the rematch didn't even take all that long to happen. But it will be happening on Sunday, 7:30 p.m. IST. It'll be a BO5 as well. And I fully expect these two teams to take us at the very least to map 4, if not to map 5. So mark your calendars and keep
Good
your schedules free
chance.
that evening, as GK Esports are going to be bringing the heat, and Triple have to brace for that storm once again. Oh, that said, that's going to do it for the decided finals night here at the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft, with their hosts Blackjack and Aggressive and Grace, who joined us for map 1 and 2. And of course, our producer Assassin47 and all of our admins in the back end doing the wonderful job of keeping this tournament running as smoothly as possible. With that said, we're going to be signing off for the night. Remember, Sunday, 7:30 p.m. IST. Convert it to your local times. I'm bad at time zones. But, you can also keep an eye out on our socials at the Esports Club to get more info on when, where, and which channel to watch. I mean, is this channel. So again, subscribe, ring the bell for the notification. You'll see it when it goes live. Until then, we'll be seeing you on Sunday evening. Stay tuned, and good night.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Listen up. Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up. Let's go. Are you deaf, soldier? I said move.
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Feels like I do give me feelings. Feelings.